All right, guys. Hey. Listen, I just logged on, decided I'm going to let the Lindsay Clancy trial run. I've never done like a live stream for a trial before, but we're going to do it today. So here you go. Let's we're just kind of waiting. See if it started. I believe there's going to be some opening statements this morning, and that's about all I know so far. Anyway, come on in. Let's talk about it when you get a chance. Let's all watch. I know it's early. But thank you. Please come in, sit down, get your coffee, get your breakfast. Let's get going. Here you go. All right, there we go. I think we're ready. I'm gonna go make my coffee while we wait on this to get started this morning. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Hope you had a beautiful weekend. I'm not sure what time they're gonna start. I am in Texas. I understand this is in Massachusetts, so it's gonna be a huge time difference. I'm only gonna do part of the day, and then I'm gonna switch over and watch somebody else do the other part of the day. And hope y'all go with me as we do this today. Anyway, so good to see everybody. Thank you for coming in. As always, we appreciate your patience with us. We appreciate you watching our channel. This is going to be our first live stream of a trial, so pretty excited. Nothing is going on yet, guys. We're just waiting for it to open. Okay. Okay, we are just waiting for court to start. It starts at 9 a.m. It is 8:25. We're supposed to start at 9 a.m. in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So just bear with us. That's all we can do is sit and wait. I'm just going to let the music play while we wait. So y'all just chill out. I still need to get my coffee. I just woke up. I was like, you know what? I'm going to give this a shot today. I've never done it. Why don't we just give it a shot? So let's just play a little music while we wait. That's all. All right. Get rid of that music right quick so we can get on with this. Here we go. And it's the trial of the century today. Sure is.
All right. Yes, please.
Here we go. Okay, this is the state of Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy over the death of the 3 children. And this is really a matter of was she sane or insane at the time of the incident. That's what this trial is actually about. In case you don't realize it, but that's really all they want to know. Here we go.
Ms. Clancy, good morning.
Turn it up for you guys.
I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
Sure, the sound is okay, so we can all hear it. Yes, I can hear it, but doesn't mean you can hear it. Sure, the sound is okay, so we can all hear it. Yes, I can hear it, but doesn't mean you can hear it. Sure, the sound is okay. Oh, that's strange. There must be a delay. Oh, that's strange. There must be a delay. Okay. All right. If you're out there listening, come on in. Come on in. They just take a sidebar real quick before they get started. I'm going to go finish up grabbing up my coffee because this is starting before I was going to start. All right, we'll get started. Again, this is, I don't call this like the trial. This is sort of like Letitia Stouch. She did it. Everybody knows she did it. But what was the purpose? What was she sane or insane? Now, we realize that Letitia Stouch was insane at the time that she did this. Was sane at the time she did this. Even though her attorneys tried so hard to show that she was insane. I'll tell you what, the worst mistake that happened in Letitia Stouch's trial was letting Dr. Lewis get on the stand. That is what happened to that case. And of course it's overturned, and we're probably gonna have another trial, which makes me sick because the first thing they're gonna do is file all kinds of motions to suppress the original evidence, and they very well could win on the telephone. We'll just do it in the morning, and we'll switch up to the board case yesterday in the afternoon. That's how I'm going to run mine today. So, again, they're having a sidebar with the judge right at this moment. That is why you don't see or hear anything. I'm also going to try something today. I don't know if you all have ever heard of this before. It's called pure magnesium oil spray. Supposedly, if you have pain anywhere on your body, you can use this pure magnesium oil spray, and it's supposed to help with your pain. Now, everybody knows I've had a horrendous back surgery and lots of issues with that, and anyway, affects my leg, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go to the whole thing. So I'm going to give this a try today, and I'll let y'all know if it works. This stuff is made by, 7 Minerals Pure Magnesium Oil Spray. If this works for pain, I will be happy to share it. Yes, they have it a sidebar right now. There's nothing being talked about yet. The attorneys are meeting with the judge. Okay, let's try this right quick and see how it works. Okay, let's see. Well, it's got a spray. Let's see. Okay, I guess you rub it in. We'll see. We'll see how this works. Let's put it on before you take your shower. Let it sit for a little while, and then you take your shower. Something about it could cause tingling sensations or an itch of a sort. So we're going to see. We're going to give this a try this morning. Yeah. Anybody do anything exciting this weekend? We did not. Well, I don't know. We did. Our house, they did show our house yesterday, which that's okay, I guess. But I don't know. It's just the worst time in the world to sell a house. I don't know that this house is going to sell. It might be sitting right here. Nothing wrong with the house. It's just too big. We need a smaller house. Yes, we're waiting for sidebar right now. So if you're flipping around to all the different channels, wondering why nobody's talking, it's because there's a sidebar with the judge. He's talking to the attorneys before they give their opening statements about what he expects for the day. They had a little bit of delay because they had technical difficulties today. So we shall see. We shall see. All right. There for like a few minutes. Ooh, it'll be a long day. Yeah. I'm going to get a fire on that. And interesting to see what happens here. Now, I do expect this morning that the opening statements will take up most of the day. Okay, they tend to run long opening statements because they're going to give you pretty much the gist of what's going to happen here, and then they start asking for witnesses to come in. I don't know if the judge is going to set a time limit on their opening statements or not, but just expect a lot of delay, a lot of objections and things like that, because the defense attorneys have not been happy since Thursday or Friday of last week. So if you watched any of those things that went on, you're going to realize, shit, it's going to be a long trial. I expect it to take maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, because 161 witnesses is a lot of witnesses. So you've got the witnesses, 161 witnesses on the prosecution side. Well, for every witness they question, the defense gets the opportunity to ask them questions as well. So that will take a long process before we even get to the defense's side. So just think about that. This case is quite amazing. Another thing that shocked me about this case is the fact that you have parents who both of them filed separately wrongful death lawsuits against the doctors and the drug makers. Now, do I think that's going to win? Do I think they're going to win anything? No, I do not. I do not believe they will win anything. I don't think they will settle with them either, because you're talking about a lady who had history of mental illness. All right. She reminds me of Andrea Yates, except hers does not have the religious component that Andrea Yates had in hers. If you remember, we did a live the other day. We talked about 6 different, we need to do part 2. We only did part 1, but it was like 5 different cases of women who take the lives of their children and the men who stand by them, and how long they stand by them, then what happens to these men. And out of these cases, I have seen 3 different cases now filed wrongful death suits against other people after the wife is the one who said, okay, here they're coming back, sidebar. Let's get started with the opening statements. Thank you all for coming in, please. Please like, share, and subscribe. Now, I understand, I'm going to tell you this. I understand Lindsay Clancy has had a lot of problems. She's been breaking down crying a lot. I'm sure this is hard for her to face. It would be for me. Or it's always slow in the mornings. I remember when I worked at the district attorney's office and we'd have morning court. It would take forever for the judge to get going. And then it was case after case after case after case all day long. I used to love going to the, when I worked at the VA's office, going and sitting and watching the jury trials. Or, when I wasn't having to participate, but when I was just going, we would watch other attorneys do their trials. It was always interesting. I've seen some pretty horrific things. Some of the things that you see in real evidence versus what we see on TV is completely different, because when you're looking at this and you're responsible for helping them get the stuff put away at the end of the day, it's a whole different story. You're realizing this is somebody's life. This is what happened to them. This is the utensil used to take their life. I mean, it's just horrific. And I had a really hard time in that job because of the horrific things I saw. I'll tell you the worst one, and I don't know if anybody knows about this case or not. They called him the candy killer, right? He killed a little girl. Her name was Candy. I mean, we just called her anyway. I think he killed a little girl. Her name was Candy. And what he did to her was the most horrible thing I've ever heard. One of the pieces of the evidence was this huge log that they had to put in our evidence room because she was found under the log with her parts on the log. I know this is horrible, but so this big log thing had to be in our evidence room. And so, it's being drug out every day for court. It was horrendous. It was horrible. And that trial that was the worst one I had seen. Just the worst trial I had seen. Anyway. Yes, they're having, I guess, more problems with Lindsay. I don't know if she's going to be able to stay in the courtroom today. She should, but we don't know. She's had a lot of problems, a lot of breakdowns, a lot of issues. She's got nurses sitting right behind her. See, the thing about her trial is not only do you have her defense prosecution, but you have a bunch of other staff behind Lindsay Clancy to take care of her needs all day because she's paralyzed. They're doing this on purpose to show you can't send her to jail. Look how many problems she has. You can't send this lady to prison. Anyway. Here we go, guys. Let's go. Opening statements. I'm going to get rid of that right there. Here we go. All right, we are ready. Music is gone. Let's go. Again, if you're just joining, this is Lindsay Clancy's trial. They are just starting. We're about to start with opening statements. I understand the courtroom is full. Again, you'll hear a lot of objections. This will be a long process this morning. Maybe I can make that bigger. Quiet in the court, quiet in the court. Look at the prosecution table and then look at the defense table. Notice all this stuff over here. He barely has anything because his day is not really starting yet. Today is all about prosecution so far. I do wonder how long Lindsay Clancy will sit in the courtroom before she decides she can't be there anymore with her medical conditions. But see, that's going to be part of the.
All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. God may give your attendance and you shall bear. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Huntington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
The beep is the court. He has his mic on hold. A little music playing behind for when these dead periods happen and for copyright purposes. All right, he's coming back on.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter of concern during on your service as a juror case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly choose between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24th, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by some assault and beat in murder, said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24th, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR001, offense 003, charge of murder.
They're having audio problems.
The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24th, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country, which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant.
Hey, girl. Good morning. I don't know if you were up yet. That's right. It's early.
She's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of the how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right. And then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in the trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial. And as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right. That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'll be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Now, also during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what'll happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. A lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right. So that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. When I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right. In this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right. So we do that over here. It can be annoying. I know that. But we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back. You're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while. By all means, do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here. Right? So you just want to stretch. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right. We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right. And so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that, I mean, we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable. All right. And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of want to remind you in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. We've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2. And we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. Right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day, all right? And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right, something's coming. It's nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought will be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. As the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much where I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors where you promise you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear, prejudice, or bias, or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided, it chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering a just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Come on. Ms. Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing clothes in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling, with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what was discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury. but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day,
Quickly, because we have to for fair use. Let me just say this. Every once in a while, we will have to stop, and it might be an important time when they're speaking, but we will go automatically back. For fair use, we have to stop and have meaningful conversations about this. So just letting you know that if we stop, I'm sorry. It's just because we have to. Let's get on back and listen to the rest of hers. Thank you.
they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed herself that day for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the freebie restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner. It was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop just at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they're dead.
Trigger warning, babies.
Bands
Trigger
wrapped
warning.
around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife,
Oh
and then
my
she
God.
proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down, eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that's sitting before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. The conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Remington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
Okay, before he starts, we're just going to take a little break and please answer the poll. All you have to do is drop a 1 or 2 into the chat line and it will automatically put it into a poll. In my opinion, yeah, I know she has some illness or whatever, but I believe she was sane when she made this decision because sending a man far away to pick up food and then doing this seems to me almost premeditated. I could be wrong. I am not a doctor. I don't claim to be. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just a person with a little YouTube channel. Anyway, let's listen. Here we go.
Your Honor, I might use the easel man placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens, but in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful, you pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies, having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she.
I'm going to stop for just a second because what he just said and pointed to her is I think that was just unnecessary, and it's to pull at the heartstrings of those jurors, period. Her soul was crushed. What about the grandparents and the father of the children that she took the lives of? Okay, I'm telling you right now, me and this defense attorney are not going to get along during this trial because some things are unnecessary, but I get it. He was paid to do a job. Here we go. That was my fair use for right now. Here we go.
He killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue of consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, video, the animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant. You don't put them on Zoloft. You don't put them on what's called an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of a case to show guilt, to show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll hear stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. When she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror.
Okay, trigger warning, he's gonna show a picture, but I don't think we're gonna see it.
This is no fake suicide.
I think only the jury will see it.
She was.
Oh, I know they're showing us.
She was in the hospital. That's
Okay,
what
trigger
her
warning.
appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. Knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before, and she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window.
Okay, look.
Her head.
Trigger warning. Okay, let me just say this. We're going to do this as our fair use right this minute. But listen, if you're hanging on and you're sliding down, sorry, there's people walking. Anyway, if you're hanging on and you're sliding down the window, you're not flinging yourself out the window. You're trying to hold on. So was she serious about this suicide or not serious about this suicide? I have questions. Here we go. Y'all let me know what you think about the statement he just made.
On the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. In the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room is an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself. After she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I got him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess. She wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother. People that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids, will indicate what kind of a mother she was. As will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can see, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, the nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorpazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa.
Okay, listen, for fair use, I'm gonna stop you just a minute. Let me ask you a question. Anybody who's listening, you're listening later, whatever, replay, whatever you gotta do here. If you know your daughter-in-law or your daughter is rocking on the sofa, she has 3 young children, one is relatively a newborn, are you gonna leave them in her care at any time in the near future? No, you are not. You are going to put her in a hospital somewhere to get her help, let her get straightened out on whatever medication she needs to get the proper diagnosis. That is what you're going to do. If you are concerned about her, what she's doing, and your grandbabies. Now, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, I don't even have grandchildren. But the one thing I would say, if I had grandchildren and I saw something like this, then babies be coming home with me. I would tell my son, you take her to get her help. And when you know she is level and straight, I'll bring your babies home, but not till then. That's just how I see it. But I know I may be different than other people. Now, y'all let me know what you think. Here we go. Let's go back. Oh, come on. Don't be doing that. All right, here we go.
Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help her. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there, mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. coming into December after Thanksgiving. And they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence. Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada.
You know what? Hang on just a second, though. Let me ask y'all this question, too. Now, do you think because she's in the healthcare field, that she is a nurse, that she is treated differently than you or I? Because if I go into some place and I start talking about medication, they don't just write me a bunch of prescriptions. They go through testing, et cetera, et cetera. Hell, when I go to pain management clinic, it is like pulling teeth to get any kind of medication or after having a huge back surgery. Think about that. But here, I just feel like because she's in the health field, they treat them differently than they treat you or I. If you think that, let me know what you think. Put it in the comments if you think she gets treated differently. She gets the benefit of a doubt, and they will write her prescriptions quicker than they would write you or I a prescription. Think about that for a second. Here we go. I have to change my battery in my dang mouse. Here we go.
Puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams. November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with.
You know what? The doctor, or the one who suggested weaning her off all those drugs and starting over, was making the right call. But because they didn't want to hear that, they went someplace else. And this makes sense now. This is making a lot more sense now. Here we go. Let me know if you think the same.
Quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital, and Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers, and they talk. And they look at her medication, and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, everyone.
Wait a minute. They did explain to her, we can't help you because you're on all these medications. The medications she was taking may not have been for postpartum because they did not listen to somebody who said, you need to be weaned off all of this to start over. Okay, that is what he is saying, but we'll keep going.
These doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. there's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You'll look at the medical records, you'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, we've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication. Gelada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, hey, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program.
Let me ask y'all a question, and let me see. Did y'all just hear the same thing that I heard? She was seeing somebody named Tufts and somebody under a different name. They were both prescribing the same thing. Was she taking the prescription from both providers at the same time? Is this a possibility? Is this what happened here? Hang on, let's see.
Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis, thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do they call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out again. Don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all rise. Jury,
All right, while they take their recess, let's discuss this case. Everybody go get your coffee, your breakfast, whatever you need, because once they start bringing witnesses, etc., it's going to get very interesting, very fast. It's going to be kind of fast moving, just to let you know that, because, this first witness is going to be pretty important. Now, as far as she goes, and again, if you're watching the stream, replay, whatever, please take the opportunity to press a 1 or a 2 for our poll right there, because I would like to know what you think. Was she sane or insane? It's not that what we think matters, but I do like to hear what everybody thinks about her in this case, because we don't have the opportunity to sit in a round table together and talk about it. All we can do is put out a poll to see what you think. Now, I do not believe that, I don't believe she flung herself out the window as he described, because as he said, she's hanging on with her fingers on the edges right there. To me, it seems like she just kind of dropped. I don't think a person who was going to fling themselves out the window just jumps. They don't hold on to nothing. They just fly out the window as if they were Superman. So that tells me a little bit different story. Now, as far as taking her kids out, now, remember, we did a live the other day, myself and Sprinkle Donut, who is a moderator in here today. And the reason why I didn't bring her up is because we're not doing a lot of talking on this today. But going down and taking her children's lives first and then taking herself out. Now, let's talk about Andrea Yates and some of these others who believed that God was telling them to do this to spare their children from the hail and brimstone of when God comes back down. Remember this? Okay, now. And so they took the children out and then attempted to take themselves out or whatever. Now, that is a whole different story than what's going on right here. See, I mean, I don't think this is anything like Andrea Yates or some of these other women. I believe that she may have been under the influence of a lot of medications, but I believe it may have happened because they chose not to listen to somebody who gave them the right advice, and they were doing a little bit of doctor shopping. He explained it himself. When the other doctor said, you need to wean off all of this, they were going to start over. That's what it sounded like to me, but they didn't like that answer. They wanted a different medication, so they went and found a doctor who gives them a different medication. I think that, yes, there may be some influence of the drugs, but there's also some influence of depression and some influences of other outside things. I believe she put a lot of pressure on herself because remember they told her she was so rigid and so structured when somebody else was there to help her. But when it's all left on her to do, she can't handle the same structured that she set out. And so it becomes something else. So I just think there's a lot of things that went on in this case, and I can't wait to hear the first witness. So as we wait for them to come back, let's all go get our treats, go to the restroom, do everything you need to do before we come back. If you're in the bushes, come on in. Start talking to us. Let us know what you think. Yes, I know y'all see that little number up there just goes back and forth all over the place. It's because there's some kind of little weird glitch that happens between Kick and YouTube where people are falling off and come back on, falling off and back. I don't know what makes this happen, but you will see this flickering all day long as we watch this trial. I'm going to live stream this until our mowers arrive, and then I'm going to have to get off. We're going to redirect over to the ward Jin Lu at that point because my dogs will bark and carry on. I do not know what time they will arrive. They come because right now it's so hot in Texas. They try to come earlier to avoid the heat of the day. With all luck, they will come during the lunch hour for this trial instead of in the middle of a key witness in this trial. Now, we talked about this earlier. There's 161 witnesses for the prosecution. The defense is very upset because there is so many witnesses for the prosecution. And I understand because he thinks, well, that's too many. Well, it's not too many because each one of these children deserve to have their case heard. And if it takes 161 or 300 witnesses to tell the case for each child, I think it should happen. Every child deserves for their case to be heard in its entirety. That is how we get a fair trial here, in my opinion. Now, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a doctor, I'm nothing. I'm just a mom who's an empty nester that has a YouTube channel now, which I enjoy having. Yes, it's growing. We are trying to grow this channel, myself and Sprinkled Donut. We are actually working on watch hours at this point. We've been working at this for a year and a half now. We need to get it monetized because, you know, running these channels gets expensive. I'm just going to let you know that. Most people don't realize. In fact, I had no idea. When I first started this channel, I thought that my friends, you know, that I mod for, whatever, would just jump on, we'd all start talking, we'd just have a good time. I had no idea how much work these creators put into these channels and the exhausting cost of what it takes to run these channels. None of it is free. Between streaming services, editing services, it just takes a lot to run these channels. So that is why I have got to get this monetized. My husband's cool with it. He's fine with it. He's like, okay, listen, you've been spending a little bit over $100 a month and have seen no return. But my return for it is I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy seeing people. But I understand what he's saying. So let's work on our watch hours. And if you are on the replay crew, please watch it in its entirety. Don't just thumb through it because this will help get our watch hours built up. So just to let you know that. Now, as far as the rest of the week goes, I intend to live stream this trial as much as I can. I don't have any appointments this week, so I will be able to, and they only mow the yard on Monday. So we will be able to really fully live stream the trial the entire week after today, just to let you know that. I don't know that Sprinkle Donut's going to be with us every day. She is going to be starting a new position. Congratulations on that. I'm so proud of her for that. But anyway, that's pretty much what it's going to be. So as we wait for the break, y'all all go to the restroom, get your drinks, get ready to sit back and enjoy the first witness when they come back. I will say that Lindsay looks like she's not doing well. As they're speaking and they're, you know, doing a close-up of her, to me, she looks like she's about to be sick. And so it would not shock me if they do a lot of stops during the day because she is not able to sit there like that all day. You know, she is paralyzed I think she can use her hands a little bit, but everything else is pretty much paralyzed. That's the way I understand this. I'm not sure. Maybe we should go look at, hang on a second. Let's go look at something over here. Oh, come on, battery. I think the battery on my little mouth is starting to act up. Hang on a second, guys. Let me go close this. Let's go over here to YouTube and let's look at, okay, come on. All right. Hang on a second, guys. Get rid of that. Here we go. All right, I'm going to go over to YouTube for a second and let's look at a little something else about this case. Here we go. Hang on, guys, while we wait for them to come back. Here we go. Okay, YouTube, come on. All right, youtube.com. Let's see what else is going on around the world with YouTube today. What's going on? Let's see what else is going on. What about hang on a minute, guys. Let's see what else what's being talked about today. Well, what about the case of, let's see. Who do I want to look at? I want to look at other Lindsay cases, other people who are covering Lindsay Clancy. Let's look at a little bit of their videos, see what's going on. There's the trial. Let's look at something else. Oh, a lot of people covering this, which that's good. Here we go. Lindsay Clancy openings and what you won't hear or see. Here we go. Let's see what this is an analysis from Justice Served TV. Here we go. Let's watch for just a second. Here we go.
There was the Superman fracture. I mean, then all of a sudden we all knew. We all knew what it was. We all knew that it's, you know, she had this Jefferson fracture. It was fine. This is not something that just, you know, she was just, I mean, this was.
All right, listen, we really can't show that one because it is live right now. I have to show something that's not live so we don't get in trouble and get a copyright action. So let's find something else. Let's find something that is not live that talks about Lindsay Clancy for today. And some of the things that's happened in the past in this case. Hang on a second. Okay. Hang on a second. See if we can listen to or watch while we wait on them to go to their break. Opening statements, that's the courtroom. Okay. Well, it looks like everybody is live streaming today, which is good. I mean, there's plenty of chances for everybody to live stream this case. How about Inside Edition? Let's take a look and see what they've got to say. The jury has been seated. Let's look at this right here. Okay, this is going to be Inside Edition while we wait.
That failed attempt, leaving her paralyzed. Now she's on trial. Her ex-husband standing by her
This is for
side.
Inside
A
Edition.
jury is now seated in what is expected to be one of the most heart-wrenching murder trials in recent memory.
The circumstances of this horrific act are not in dispute.
Mom Lindsay Clancy is accused of strangling her 3 children,
Beautiful
after
baby.
which she jumped from a second-floor window, a leap that has left her paralyzed for life.
Still party across the top floor of the house.
She wiped away tears, confined to a wheelchair, as jury selection started this week in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Before committing the unthinkable acts 3 years ago, Lindsay Clancy was married and worked as a labor and delivery nurse in Boston.
Beautiful.
Lindsay Clancy's lawyers claim she was suffering from postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis when she strangled her young children. Prosecutors argue she was clear thinking and planned to murder her children. In what's sure to generate lots of attention, her now ex-husband Patrick Clancy is expected to testify on Monday.
The first witness I confirmed is going to be Patrick Clancy himself, who in the wake of these deaths came forward and said, "This isn't my wife's fault. I forgive her. She was going through a mental break."
The podcast host says picking a jury has been a challenge.
I heard at least one person say, "I'm a mom. I can't do this. I have to go." And she was excused.
Now, did you notice that how they dress, how she appears with a cross on, etc.? They are. I'm not saying they're performing. I'm just saying they are setting a tone for those jurors. Look at her. She's a Christian woman. She did not mean to do this. This was totally a psychosis. This was not her. Her husband already forgave her. Well, let me also explain to you something about this husband. Yes, Patrick says he's forgiven her, but has he? Because he divorced her and remarried somebody else. So did he forgive her, or was this just, what is his position? Is he going to advocate for mental illness later, like Rusty Yates has done? Now, Rusty Yates, which was the husband of Andrea Yates, who divorced her as well, has always, even though he's moved on to a different relationship, he has always advocated for mental health help. And he will tell you, between the religious beliefs they had and her mental health problems, that is what happened to his children, and that is why he forgave her. Just to let you know about that, in case you did not know this. Anyway, let's keep going over here. Here we go. It's so interesting. It is. It's sad, interesting. It's a lot of things. I don't know.
Other people literally brought in boxes of tissues with them, and they were crying as they went up in front of Lindsay Clancy and said, "I just can't do this."
A jury has been seated consisting of 12 women and 6 men. Did you get a look at the final jury? Who are they?
It's kind of a range of people, all Caucasian, but the ages are different.
Jury consultant Renato Stabile. How could a parent sit on this jury and listen to all of this?
Well, look, if you're a parent, obviously it's going to be very difficult. It'll be difficult for anybody. But I think if you're a parent and the defense is interposing the psychiatric defense, as a parent, you might say, well, she must have had a psychiatric break, because how could any parent do this?
After the tragedy, Lindsay Clancy's husband divorced her and recently married a New York fertility doctor.
Okay. Now I have uploaded Inside Edition's link to their channel. Since we've used their work, we need to go ahead and show the link to their channel as well. When you do that, you must do that. That's pretty much, that's a standard for YouTube, because, you know, YouTube expects everybody to treat everybody with respect. And I think when you're giving their, when you're dropping their links, you're treating them with respect, just to know that right there. So we used Inside Edition today. There's their link right there. Now, I don't know. There are a lot of things else. Oh, wait a minute. There's some other things going on this week. Tomorrow, the state of Florida, which, you know, we do these a lot. We are going to be on execution watch, as well as the Lindsay Clancy. Well, there is no trial tomorrow. Good. This works out great. We can do our execution watch for the two executions in Florida tomorrow. One is Mr. Occhioni, which I always say it wrong. One of them is 80 years old, and the other one is Mr. Duckett, who is 65 years old. Now, you know, I've always been a proponent of the death penalty. However, when you have got people that are 80 years old and you're putting them in a wheelchair and you're wheeling them over to the gurney, and then you've got the deputies putting them up on the gurney, they may have dementia. We don't know so many things about these people. They might not even know why they're there anymore. They may not even know what's happening to them due to their dementia, etc. Why are you waiting so many years to the state of Florida to execute these people? I find this just wrong all the way around, even though I agree with the death penalty. But there has to be something that happens to stop these 35, 40-year waits on death row. I also believe that what they should do, this is just my opinion, and this comes from, of course, you know, working in the DA's office and seeing all the things that I've seen. I understand that these people are on death row because they've done something horrific and it's totally against nature. It's against man. I get it. But they need to do a competency hearing for every single one of these people on death row. After the governor says, okay, here's your death date, they need to take these people in that 30 to 45 days and do a competency hearing to see if the people even know why they are there. You cannot malinger, you cannot falsely complete a competency test. They know if you're malingering. There's something built into the testing so that they know this, right? So I think that's something that needs to happen when you are giving someone the death penalty and following through. In most of these cases, just like Mr. Occhioni's case, I doubt that anybody from his family is even going to attend this, which is even bad. You know, I don't even know if any of the victim's family is going to attend. That's something we're not going to know. Now, one thing I've noticed that's been happening in the state of Florida during these executions is we are finding out on X before they are doing any kind of a news reporting or letting us know what time that these people had passed. So we're having to find out on X before we hear from the state of Florida, which I think is kind of inappropriate. They need to come out of a news conference and say, hey, this person was pronounced deceased at and what time, because they're going to have to explain to people why in the world somebody sat on death row for 35, 45, or 50 years. That needs to stop. Something needs to change on that. You either need to proceed sooner or you don't do it at all. Because there are so many of these cases that have all of a sudden just been commuted over to a life sentence. Why would one person get theirs commuted to a life sentence and somebody else not? If you're going to do it for one, you should do it at all. There's also arguments and fights about DNA testing for somebody who's already been on death row. A lot of these states fight allowing another DNA test to be done because they say, oh, well, whatever's left of their DNA sample is just going to be exhausted at that time. Well, you're putting the man to death. He's exhausted too. So if you need to do a DNA test to prove it was him or wasn't him, you need to do that. Stop fighting that. Let it happen, because it'll either prove one thing and one thing only. He's innocent or he's guilty. Now, I understand they want to preserve all DNA if it's questionable. Well, if it's questionable, why are you putting a man to death? Okay. So these are just some of the things that I like to talk about and cover. And that's why tomorrow we will be on execution watch for not one person, but two people. One person is set to be executed at noon and one person is set to be executed at 6 p.m. Now, does it seem odd that there's two people in one day? Yes, it absolutely does seem odd. I don't understand that at all. I mean, what are you doing? Now, this is Governor DeSantis over there. Is he tough on crime? He says he's tough on crime. It looks like he's tough on crime. So that's another thing that's going to happen this week. Are those two. And I'll put the announcements out that we're going to be doing that. A lot of people are interested in the appeal process, oral argument process, and the execution process. As gruesome as it sounds, it is part of life today in the United States. There was a time when there were no death penalties, but all of a sudden in 1976, it started up again. Why? I don't know why. I don't know what changed. I don't know what made the world think that, or the United States think, hey, we need to bring that back, right? I don't know if it's from overcrowding in the prisons. I don't know if it was to try to deter people from taking the lives of other people. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. But, the The death penalty is certainly a very high controversial, the controversy surrounding the death penalty is high. A lot of people disapprove. Some people are torn between whether they approve or disapprove. It's just very controversial. So that's going to happen tomorrow. We have 2 of those. So I'm glad this trial will not be live tomorrow, but we'll come back on Wednesday, which we have no plans for Wednesday. So we'll be live streaming on Wednesday, the Lindsay Clancy trial. Anybody else got, I also wonder, you know, school's going to start back soon too. I don't have any little school children anymore and I miss that, but you know, college will be starting back in August as well. So but just because we're waiting on them to come back from their break, we'll just talk about our lives for a second. I'm just going to talk about my child for a second, who is over at UT Austin. He is in pre-med. He will turn 19 on August the 6th. He will be 19. He is a sophomore already, so he's extremely smart. He's done really well, and I'm so proud of him. So it's a shame that Mr. Clancy did not get to see his children grow up and be all that they could be because of whatever happened here. You know, I know that a lot of people have not made a decision at all. Some people are not biased at all. They want to wait and hear all the information. I get that. And could some of the information that comes out in this trial change what I think about whether she's sane or insane? It absolutely could. But for today, I'm voting that she was sane at the time because I have nothing else so far to tell me that she was not sane at the time she made this decision. So that is why I put the poll up there. We will put the poll back up randomly as this trial goes on to see if anybody has changed their mind to whether she's sane or insane. Because there could be a lot of testimony to tell us, y'all are all wrong, that she really was in a psychosis. Now, how long does postpartum last? We talked about that the other day too on our live stream when we talked about the 5 different cases of men who stood behind their women that took their children. Well, it's from 1 to 3 years. Untreated, it can last up to 3 years. I did not know that, and that kind of really shocked me as well. So there's so many things about this particular mental illness that I don't know, I don't understand, but I'm willing to learn. I'm always willing to learn when it comes to things like this. There are so many women that suffer with postpartum. I know there is. So many women do not get help. So many men do not know what to do when the women have this problem. So if anything happens out of this case, other than it's an eye-opening for people to pay attention to what's going on around you when you have new mothers, maybe that's the lesson that needs to be learned here, to just pay attention. Because maybe had somebody removed the children from her until she could get level, this might not have happened. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't say yes or no, but I'm looking forward to hearing the first witness. And please understand that Patrick being the first witness, this will last most of the day. It could even go into tomorrow because they will start from the very beginning of their life together and move all the way through to the day that she took the lives of the children and after. He is probably not going to be, he might be coming back during, I don't know if they're doing a 2-phase, like in Texas, they do 2 phases. They do, is she sane or insane? And then they come back and they do the punishment phase. It's called bifurcating. It's called a bifurcating trial. I don't think they're doing this here, but I'm not sure. But in that situation, you will have witnesses that were testified in the trial that come back and testify in the penalty phase, and they give aggravating and mitigating circumstances as to why she deserves whatever this punishment is. Now, do I think that Lindsay Clancy needs to walk away from this trial and do nothing except go home or go back to her mother's house or wherever? She can't live independently. That's already been proven due to her disabilities caused by her jump from the window. Does she deserve to be in jail of some sort? Yes, I believe she deserves a penalty of some sort. You can't just send her over to a nursing home and let her live the rest of her life without any incarceration for taking the lives of her children. You just can't do that. What are you saying to the rest of the United States or the rest of the world when you let that happen? I mean, there needs to be something that happens. Even Andrea Yates had 2 trials. The first trial, she was found guilty. The second trial, she was found not sane. She was not responsible for the death of her children. Yeah, and she's free. Andrea Yates is out free. In fact, let me see if I can pull anything up about where she's at while we wait on them to come back from their break. Now, Andrea Yates is a study that everybody needs to be looking at. That had a bunch of opportunities for it not to happen. But I think because her husband was so far into the same religion she was in, he could not see it. So let's pull her up right quick and see if there's anything about where she is today. The Letitia Stouch's case should be studied. There is a lot of cases that should be studied that are not studied, but they should be because they will give us insight to what's going on in some of these people's minds and what to look for, what red flags to notice for other people. So let's take a look at Andrea Yates while we wait on them to come back to court. I'm going to pull this up real quick. Let me share my screen with you guys so you can see what I'm looking at. Here we go. Now, Andrea Yates. She's in the Kerrville State Hospital in Kerrville, Texas. She has lived at the Kerrville State Hospital since January of 2007 after being found not guilty by reason of insanity at her retrial in 2006. Texas law gives her an annual review hearing that could determine whether she is eligible to leave the hospital. She waives that hearing every year, choosing to stay in treatment indefinitely. She has done this consistently from 2007 to 2026. Sources describe her as a stable, cooperative, and deeply committed to treatment. Diagnoses documented over the years include postpartum psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and severe depression. Her longtime attorney, George Burnham, still visits her regularly. He says she's enjoying having lunch from Cracker Barrel during his visits. She helps other patients and acts as a go-between inside the facility. She expresses that she wants to remain at Kerrville permanently. Burnham and his wife visit the graves of her 5 children and leave flowers, something says he continues out of emotional commitment to this case. 2026 investigation discovery in HBO Max docuseries The Cult Behind the Killer, the Andrea Yates story, revisited this case and explored whether the religious influence from preacher Michael Warnicki contributed to her delusions. And that is something that Rusty Yates also discussed when we listened to him talk in the docuseries, is that he does blame the preacher for what happened to his children, between both by his postpartum and this weird religious beliefs that they both had from following this traveling preacher. The quick summary for this is Andrea Yates remains at the state hospital in Texas where she's lived. She voluntarily waives her annual releases, and she's made it clear that she wants to stay there. Now, should she stay there? That's a question I don't know the answer to. But maybe she should stay there because maybe she realizes that if she is out into the real world, that she has the ability to do something horrific again. She may be very self-aware. That's something we don't know, all right? So let's go back over here. It should be coming back to court pretty darn soon. Let me get us back on court. All right, here we go. We'll just step back and wait for the court to start again. We'll just do that. I'm going to go grab a soda and maybe a snack while we wait to come back. So just hang on a second, guys. Maybe I'll just talk to you like it. Let's dodge your phone. for this focus. Well, Jack and Trick Trick are in here with them, all Frenchies. They're so funny, these little Frenchies. I'm telling you, listen, if you don't want a dog that's going to be up your booty every 5 minutes, don't get a Frenchie, because they are right here on me every 5 minutes. I love my dogs, don't get me wrong, but when I sit down in my chair to do my live stream, Jack, who is a 26-pound Frenchie, he's a little larger Frenchie, tries to climb in my lap. He doesn't fit very well. You know, he just doesn't fit very well. It's too funny, but they're fun. They're so cute. They can be a lot of fun, but they're a lot of work, and their vet bills are outrageous. I'm telling you. We just had to have both of their teeth cleaned. It's either clean their teeth when they're puppies, when they're, you know, as they age, or you end up with a dog who can't eat, and they're sick, and it costs even more. So I suggest if you have a dog, please have their teeth cleaned. Please have them spayed and neutered. Do not have puppies if you cannot afford to take care of them. Do not sell puppies. I have an issue with people selling puppies. Okay? That's a problem. Trick, come on. Anyway, here we go. They should be coming back any moment. Okay. Maybe move outside or move. We're outside coming in. Goes on. We may change our mind. We may find that she is insane, not sane, at the time that she committed the crime, which is exactly what this case is about. All right, here we go. Okay, I think it's been 15 minutes. Come on, let's go. I am looking forward to hearing Patrick talk. He knows her better than most anybody else. I mean, your husband knows the real you. You know, they know exactly what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. So, if you're in the bushes, come on in. Let's talk about it. Let's make your presence known. Let me hear what you have to think. Go ahead and vote whether she was sane or insane at the time she committed this offense. And in the beginning of this, they had audio trouble, so just know there was some, if you go to the replay, there was some weirdness about the beginning. So it's okay though. We are just not in control of what happens. We're just feeding from a different live stream. So there you go. Today we are actually using channel 10. I should put their channel out here. Channel 10, I think it's WJAR for our live streaming service today. Let me see what it is. It is 10 WJAR. I should drop their, let me put this out for you guys. All right, here we go. Put it right here while we wait. Okay. I hope everybody has their snack because it's almost time to start again. This is the station that we're live streaming from today, right here. Okay, let's go. I need to drop their channel. Okay, here we go. So go to 10 WJAR for all the news in the air and for on this trial and every other trial in that area. This is the area in Massachusetts themselves, and this is what we're using for live stream today. Okay, just wanted to share that. Be fair about it. Okay. God, I know it's been almost 15 minutes. I know it has. Come on, let's go. Okay. I wish they had a countdown for the court, like, okay, when they start the break, if there was a countdown in the corner so we know how much longer we have before they start again. We'll hear a lot about Patrick and their life in today's testimony. Patrick, you know, I can understand why a husband would stand behind a wife when this first happens. I understand that men are like, I can't believe she would do this. This is not her. This is not my wife. But there are some women that are just cruel animals and did it out and took the children's lives out of spite just to hurt the man. That is what I believe Letitia Stout did. There was nothing wrong with her. She took Gannon's life because she was angry that Al loved Gannon more than he loved her, and he always would. But that's what it's that's what it's like. Do you think I am upset that my husband loves our son more than he loves me? No, I'm not upset about that. It's 100% the way life works. You should love your child more than you love anything else on this earth. Period. That's your babies. So, but that is Letitia Stout, and we are going to cover her retrial. Of course we are. That case I kind of know like the back of my hand. In fact, I thought about going back, and as it gets closer to when we find out they are going to retry her and they give some kind of dates, to go back and rewatch the first trial and reassociate and reacquaint ourselves with her and everything about that trial. You think you're not going to forget things, but you do as you watch other trials and things go on. So that's something I plan on doing as well, in little increments, like maybe 1 or 2 hours out of the day. I can't do it all at once, of course not, but that's something I plan on doing as time goes. I don't know when they're going to announce her retrial. I know they were trying to fight the courts on that. They can file some writs to see if they can have them relook at this. But in her case, there is no other option but to retry her. The violation that was made in that trial is something so egregious that should have never happened, but it automatically qualifies for retry. There's nothing more they can do about it except retry it. You know, another case that I'm upset about them retrying is Harmony Montgomery's case. I am very upset that he's getting a new trial. Because, you know, here's the thing. Are they saying that the only reason why he was found guilty was because of what his ex-wife said? Because there's no proof he did anything? Because I understand that they're trying to say circumstantially, are they trying to say without the ex-wife's, right now, my job is fine. Without the ex-wife testimony, he would not have been found guilty. They had no right because they never found the body. And all we have is what she said happened. That's it. And if he gets out of prison and walks away from that, do you know how upset we are all going to be? Because that is just horrendous and horrible. What about Harmony Montgomery? Where is she at? All of these children that are missing, that are still missing, people don't just disappear off the face of this earth. Aliens do not come down and pick people up and then they just disappear. There is a reason for every single person that's disappeared on this earth. Somebody knows something. Where are those children? Now, we know that Adam Montgomery will never tell us where Harmony is, because as soon as they find her, they will be able to tell us what happened to her. He knows he cannot divulge where he left her or where he placed her. He knows he can't. And that's a damn crying shame. It's a damn shame. And then, of course, the ex is like, I don't know what he did with her. I wasn't there. Of course you weren't there. That's what you're going to claim, right? Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. What's another high-profile case that's been reversed here lately? Let's think about that. Oh, let's talk about Nancy Guthrie for just a minute while we wait. Let's look at this Nancy Guthrie case that's going on. For some reason, it's been turned into a circus over there because of people in the name of awareness. Bullshit, it's not awareness, it's a grift. You get that straight through your head. Don't get that twisted. Hang on, let me get this dog. All right. Oh boy, he's big. He's heavy. Don't even get it twisted about Nancy Guthrie. That is all a grift. You are not doing anything sitting in front of her house in a lawn chair. No, you're not doing anything except sitting there, running your mouth, doing BS, and having people come in and watch you on your channel as a grift under the name of awareness. Understand all those people that did that have hours and hours and hours have been sitting there in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. That's not bringing awareness. That's not. I'm sorry. I call it the biggest grift. It should not be allowed to happen, but it does. We see it every day. In all of these cases, you'll see this happen. Now, there's some channels that I've been watching here lately that I would like to talk about. They do an excellent job, and they're fair and unbiased. Okay. And one of them, I believe his name is Officer Tatum. I'm going to drop his link. Let me go find it right quick. Officer Tatum. He's talking about Nolan Wells. He is very unbiased. He is very fair. And he's listening to all sides. He is not going to falsely accuse these other people of doing anything. He is saying, let the law figure it out. Do not make a biased decision. It's not about race. It is not black or white. That needs to stop. So let me go find Officer Tatum's channel, and we're going to drop his channel into the chat over here so you all can go take a look. I really like Officer Tatum's channel. So here we go. Open this up right quick so I can get his link and drop it in the channel. Let's see more. Here we go. Okay. Let me go find his link right now so I can get this done. Here we go. Oops. Officer Tatum. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Now, let's see. He has some items. He has Officer Tatum. Let's see. I really want to drop his link in our chat today. I don't want to see that. Okay, why is it acting like that? No, it's acting straight. Okay, it's not letting me go over to his channel. It's trying to take me someplace else. I don't know why, but all right. Okay, here we go. Okay. No, I don't want to go to Spotify. I don't want to go to TikTok. I want to go to Rumble. It's showing me everything but his actual live stream or his YouTube channel, which is so strange, but all right, we'll find it anyway. Here we go. All right, now this is where we want to go right here. Okay. So he has a Substack, he has a Spotify, he has a TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. This is going to be Officer Tatum, and I really like the way he is showing us the Nolan Wells case. So that is the reason why I'm going to drop his link right here. He's fair. He's not biased. He's not trying to make this about race and everything else. He's trying to show us that there could be other reasons, right? We don't know what happened. We weren't there, but you can't just blame other people, right? So here we go. This is Officer Tatum. If you have not watched his channel, please go check him out and sub up to him. He was a law officer himself, so he's got a lot of knowledge about this, and I really like him. So let me show oh, come on. Why is my mouse doing this crap? Oh, there we go. I'm going to put his I don't know why it's taking them so long to come back. I really don't. They should have been back already. Okay, I'm not there. So Officer Tatum, yes, his name is Officer Tatum. He's very fair. I like him. There's some other people that I watch that I like that I consider to be very fair, unbiased, and they're not just grifting over there off of some situation. Just, packing the house, making the money, regurgitating the same thing every day, that kind of thing. I really like him. He's great. Let's see. Who else we want to look at? Who else can we share the channel of today? Well, there's also our friends from the very beginning of this when we started into YouTube that really, had it not been for these people, I would have never started the channel because I never really thought I could do this. And that is MJ, okay? We've got Jen Lou from the Worst Case Studies. And of course, then was our friend Alex Erickson over there. Those three people are the people who stood behind me and said, you know what, you can do this. Just do it. You can do it. So that's how I got here on YouTube, is from those three. When I get off of here today, I'm going to redirect you to a different channel because I can't stay all day because of the lawnmowers. Just letting you know that right now. But if you get a chance, go check out Officer Tatum over on YouTube. He is covering the Nolan Wells case, and he's very, very fair and unbiased. There's another, let's talk about this while we wait. I know we're just waiting and just finding things to talk about while we wait. Well, let's talk about the Siders case, the 16 children. That case is so disgusting. You got to ask yourself, what's wrong with these people? Now, I know people think that Elizabeth is a victim. However, I do not, because her children were in school at one time. She knows they need to go to school. She knows they were living in filth. She knows exactly what was happening there. And what I learned, this is something I learned yesterday. This is new information. That in June of 2025 is when the kids is when Gary Jr. and Elizabeth and the kids moved into the house on Elmer Street with Grandma and Grandpa. They were living by themselves prior to that. So between June of 2025 and July 1st, when they got arrested, that house turned into that freaking hoarded up, torn up mess. They were not always living like that. The older Siders were never known to live like that. So this happened after Gary Jr., Elizabeth, and the kids moved in with them. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And I heard that on, I believe it might have been News Nation. I'll have to re-verify that. But when I was listening to this, I was like, oh my gosh, that's new information that I had not heard before. I will also drop the link for the channel that also gave out that information. Let me pull that up right quick while we wait on them to come back. Let's see who it was. Okay. No, not that. Look over here. All right. I do want y'all to know every part of it, not just what one channel says, but go watch every single channel that's talking about the Siders case, because you will hear parts from one channel that you do not hear someplace else. So let me see Siders. Let me pull this up right quick. Okay. Siders children. Okay. Hang on just a second. Oh, I wish they'd come on back. It's been 15 minutes. Really looking forward to Patrick's testimony today. Again, and I'm just going to say this. If you get a chance, please like, share, and subscribe. Pass this along to other people. Please watch in its entirety. We are building our watch hours, which is so hard to do on YouTube. It just really is. So anyway, let's see if I can find the channel where they brought this out. Okay. Whoops. They're about to get started probably in the next couple of minutes. So if you need to get a drink, some popcorn, whatever you need to do until lunchtime, please go do it right now so you don't miss any of the testimony. I'm going to try to not stop very often for fair use during the testimony, because the testimony is more important than the opening statements, really. Okay. Oops, look at this thing. My little memories are popping up for today off of my computer screen. Look at these pictures. No, I don't want to look at those pictures. Okay. Here we go. June 25th. Or June of 2025 is what they said. Here we go. It's amazing to me where these channels get all this information. I've watched people sit there and try to contact family members, and I'm like, listen, folks, I don't think we are to be putting ourselves into a case like that. You can talk about a case, but as far as contacting the family members, I don't always think that's a great idea. I just don't think it is. So. Let me see if I can find this. July the 6th. This was much later than that when this came out, 4 days ago. Benton County rallies from the shock afterwards. 13th. Let me see. Ooh, that's Instagram, YouTube. I know it's on here though. Let's see if I can find it really quick. That's July the 6th, July the 9th. And I'm going to find the latest where they talked about when the family actually moved into the house that they were found in. Let me see. I'm going to look on YouTube. I never go to Facebook. I don't really like Facebook, so I don't really go to it. But let me see if there's anything over here. Okay. I don't see that right quick. This was yesterday. I was watching this YouTube channel yesterday whenever they were talking about exactly when they moved to the house on Omar Street in Benton, or in Hamden, Ohio. I thought that was pretty interesting. I was like, wow, nobody else has talked about that before. Okay. Let me see if it's right here. And there was a correction to this case also. In the Siders case, there was a correction. No, she did not have a baby at 13. No, she was not pregnant at 13. The first baby she had was she was 15. She was 7 months pregnant when she married Gary Siders Jr. That is a fact in the case. So there were some people misspeaking before, but that's the truth right there. So let's see. Well, let's just talk about, we'll just read this for a second. Here we go. All right. In 2008, at age 15, marriage records show Elizabeth Siders married the 18-year-old Gary Siders Jr. Although the couple lived on the same street in Gallipolis, not Gallipolis, I'm sorry, Gallipolis, records show that I know I'm not saying that right. Records show that they went across the state border to Mason County, West Virginia to get married at the courthouse in March of 2008. At the time of their marriage, Elizabeth had an 8th grade education and Gary Jr. had a 9th grade education. What in the world made anybody think that these two people were capable of getting married and having a child together and could actually raise a child? They were, 8th grade and 9th grade education, 15 and 18 years old. Now, 2009 through 2016. Where's my, there we go. Whoop. We were about to lose our live stream here. Hang on. Come on, where's my little mouse thing at? All right. Let me fix my mouse thing right quick so we don't lose this. I just wanted to read this while we wait on them to come back from the break. Okay, where's my mouse? I'm having issues here. Here we go. All right. Well, we wait for them to come back to the break. We're just going to read about the Siders case. Okay. So that records show that the couple moved to rural Gallia County home about 15 miles north by the time of their second child's birth. Birth records from August 2009 through May 2016 all list the same address, indicating the Siders lived there for about 7 years. Now, during this period, Elizabeth gave birth to daughters in March 2011, March 2012, May 2013, and May 2016, and gave birth to a son in September of 2014. And these children were all 5 were born in the hospital in Gallia County. Now, the address falls within Gallia County local schools. A representative for the district said they cannot comment on students' educational records when asked if the Siders' children attended the district or were listed as district homeschooling records. So they're not going to give us that information, and they shouldn't. I think the children's names and education should be protected through the entire case, because nothing the children did, none of this is their fault, In January of 2017, Gary Jr. was cited for driving without a booster seat, to which he pleaded guilty and paid a $165 fine. The traffic violation list is a new home and address, so they had moved but now we know that Gary Jr. had a habit of lying to police officers and the hospital of what their actual address was. Okay. Now, in October 2017, Gary Jr. and Elizabeth had another daughter at the hospital. But it had a different address listed in the same county, different from the address listed in January of 2017 on the traffic stop records. Okay. Birth records and county auditor records differ on which community the home falls under, but the address appears to be within the same city school. Now, the superintendent said the district had no records pertaining to the Siders' children, but if they had them, they would be protected by student privacy law. I think that is important. Now, 2019 to 2020. In October of 2019, Elizabeth gave birth to a son in Gallia County Hospital, and birth records reflect another new address just outside of the county. In September of 2020, Elizabeth gave birth to another daughter in the same county hospital, with birth records reflect a new home in Cheshire, about 7 miles from the Ohio River from their original address. So that it appears they had moved again. In 2022, court records indicate 2 of the 16 rescued children were twins born on the same day in February. However, NBC4 was only able to obtain a birth certificate for one of the 2 boys born at that hospital in Gallia County. Now, that's interesting. Why were they only was there a twin that passed away in the middle of all of this? The address listed on this birth certificate is Bloomer, Wisconsin. Now, property records listed the address as a miscellaneous agricultural property without a structure. So he had already started lying to the hospital and police about what their actual address was. Now, in November of 2022, birth and death records show Elizabeth gave birth to conjoined twins, which we already knew about these, which was Faith Lee and Bailey Siders, at 24 weeks in a Columbus hospital. Bless their souls. Now, records show the twins died of natural causes within an hour of being born. Birth records for Faith and Bailey Siders list the same Cheshire, Ohio address as the birth records from September of 2020. 1 year later, In January of 2025, Elizabeth gave birth to 2 twin boys in the Athens County Hospital. Now, birth records listed a new address for the family, and this time in Hamden, a community about 700 people in Benton County. Now, Benton County Schools said they did not have enrollment or homeschooling records related to the Siders' children, but would not be able to provide them if they did for the same reason. That's okay. In May of 2026, when he was allegedly exposing himself on 4 dates to the victims not within his household at his home on Omer Street in Hamden. The warrant for this case was issued on June the 30th, the same day the officers arrested the 4 Sider adults. Now, officers said they initially came to the house for a parallel case involving allegations of domestic abuse, child neglect, but unrelated to the current case. All right. So already something was going on that we did not know about. Okay. I want to know who turned them in. Well, I don't want to know who turned them in, but I'm glad somebody finally said something. I'm so glad. Also, on June 30th, law enforcement removed the 16 children from the same Omer Street home. Now, Wilson says 7 of the children spent the night at the hospital and 2 were flown to trauma centers. As of July 8th, Benton County Prosecutor William Archer said all the children are safe and being cared for. On July the 7th, Gary Sider Sr. was hospitalized in Athens County after a fall. In the hospital, Archer said medical staff identified a serious medical condition requiring specialized care. Archer said Sider Sr. was released on reconnaissance bond, with GPS tracking, so the county did not have to cover his hospital costs, and he will be reevaluated to see if he is competent enough to stand trial. The other 3 Siders remain jailed. Now, this was just kind of a little bit of an old reporting, but it gives you a little insight into some other things that was going on in the house. So I would like to know, hopefully somebody delivering something or somebody driving by or somebody over at the rail yard, which was kind of across the way, the building at the rail yard faced this house over there down the corner. Hopefully somebody saw something over there and thought, oh my God, something is so wrong. And hopefully they made the call. So at first we were under the impression that they showed up out there for a parallel case, but it was not about the children or the horrendous abuse happening to those children. It was about something else. I have also heard in this case that there was some information about some stolen property found on the property or on his persons or on his property where they were living. I heard something about that in the very beginning, but I haven't heard anything else about that when it comes to the Siders case. 7 days ago, let's see. I think what's going to happen in this case, and that could be wrong, but I hope I'm not wrong, but I truly believe that Gary Sr. and Christine will not actually be charged with the abuse to the children. I think it will be Gary Jr. and Elizabeth. Because after all, the grandparents did not have the children. Those 2 had all the children. No, I don't think there's any evidence that Grandpa had done anything to any of these children. Grandpa, by the time they had moved in with Grandma and Grandpa had already had a stroke. He was not able to walk. He was not doing very well at all. He's been ill for a long time. When you look at their pictures on, and you can go out to anybody's live streams on this case, and you can see pictures from 2018, 2019 to present of the Siders family, and you can see how far down Grandma and Grandpa have went in the years, and it's been awful fast. Now, we know that Gary Siders Jr. had no job. They talked about DoorDash, but DoorDash says, oh, he only drove for us 2 or 3 times, maybe, right? He didn't really have a job. Now, there's also discussions that, was he under the influence of alcohol? Was there drugs or alcohol involved in this situation? We don't know. There's something about an intake form that said he had alcohol in his system on the day he was arrested. Could have been. We don't know. That's just something we saw. So there's so many unknowns in that Siders case, but it will come out. I do believe that Gary Jr. and Elizabeth will be held responsible. Now, they are doing competency hearings on all of them. I do believe that Gary Siders Jr. has some low IQ and some other issues. I don't think what alerted me to that was when they had the bond hearing and he's sitting there next to his father. Remember, the father's in the wheelchair and he's sitting there, and the look on his face, and when he made a comment, and I could tell his voice was wrong. So I was like, something's wrong with his voice. Is it his hearing? Does he have a speech impediment? What was it about in that bond hearing that it just alerted me that something's not exactly right with Gary Jr. Now, as far as Elizabeth goes, we know that she had normal IQ, but she only went to the 8th grade. So that's a problem right there. We do know that Christine would go to the places to get free food, to the food banks. And she said, I had 16 grandkids I'm trying to feed. Now, they did this for a long time. She would go every week and get food for these kids. She was at least trying to do something for these grandkids. Elizabeth wasn't going to the food bank to get them, was she? Now, sometimes the older children would go with grandma to the food bank to pick the food up and help her out. So these children were not completely all hidden. That is not exactly a true statement. Although people want to believe because that's what was first announced, right? This trial has to be getting started. The 15 minutes, their little break time must be up. Now, come on, we want to watch. We want Patrick to get started over here because it's going to be a long process with him testifying. Anyway, I just want to talk about the Siders case for a few minutes while we wait on them to come back. So, and some of these children went to the dollar store or Dollarama, whatever it is, with Elizabeth sometimes and Gary sometimes. Now, people talk about, oh, she was a victim, the way he was leaning around the store, or the reason. I mean, I don't think that she's a victim. Was she shy, embarrassed? Probably. I can see that being an issue. I can see that be why he would be in the store with her. I could see that. But I did a live about this the other day too. There is a little situation where you have people who love to be pregnant. Listen, they like all that they get out of being pregnant. It gives them some kind of a dopamine high. I mean, they just love to be pregnant. But once the child is old enough not to rely on them 100%, they're not really interested in the child. Now, this is it's part of a mental illness. But it's just part of the mental illness. It's not the mental illness. There are people like that out there, and you will see that they have many, many children. And you will see that once the child is not really 100% relying on mom, they just kind of like don't pay attention to them. They just go ahead and get pregnant again. It is terrible. Here's another thing you got to think about. When she's at the hospital having these babies, one of the questions they ask you is, how many live births have you had? Okay. And so, of course, if you're going to the same hospital, they already know that, but they're going to ask you that anyway. Even if you're going to 2 or 3 different hospitals, there are ways for them to find this information out in the county records. But it's not like nobody knew they had 16 kids. That's just not the case in the Siders case. Come on, man, y'all. It's been 15 minutes. I understand there's a lot going on in that courtroom between getting her in and out, getting the witnesses in and out, getting the people sat down, getting the judge in and out. It's already 11:14. So I think he will testify for a couple of hours and then they will break for lunch is what I think is going to happen here today in this case. Who else we want to talk about besides the Siders? It's hard to think of things to talk about, isn't it? Just gonna keep y'all entertained while we wait over here. Let's see what else. Is there something else? I tell you what, there's been another case of some children found since the Siders case. I mean, they're not the only ones. In every city, every town, every state, you're going to come across these exact stories, exact same patterns, exact same methods, exact same boarded up, trashed out house. It's out there. But what makes this story unique is there's 16 children. Remember, there's 13 children, 16 children, 12 children, 10 children. They're out there everywhere, every day. But it's the more children there are involved is how much attention it gets. So I'm going to look it up in Ohio and find out how many other large group of children have been found. Okay, looks like have been found since the Siders. All right. Got to spell it right. All right. I believe it was a group of 10 children the other day. Here we go. Let's pull this up right here. Okay, let's see. You know, it's hard to imagine when they say really look third world. There are people who describe what they saw as looking third world. And you're thinking to yourself, it cannot be that bad. Somebody had to notice it was that they were to that extreme level of starvation and abuse before. I don't know. To me, it seems like there is no way that somebody did not know something was going on over there prior to all of this. Of course, we know now that somebody did report something in this parallel case that they're talking about. 3 days ago, let's see what's coming out 3 days ago. Here we go. Oh, listen, this is from Ashley Banfield. The details coming out about the Siders family are confounding. How are kids who can't even write their names on social media? That is the question. Thank you. I have that exact same question, Ashley Banfield. It makes no sense. I want to know where in the world and how in the world, because they would talk about when they lived someplace else, they had phones or something like that. I'm like, how do they have phones? Think about it. How do they have phones? Here we go. Let me see what it says right here. Hang on.
Actually had phones. So
you hear that?
Were their parents providing them the phones because they're like, well, we can keep you down here and you can stay busy and make some videos and do whatever. Maybe that's how they entertained these children since they weren't going to school, things of that nature.
The 18-year-old can't spell her name. Some of the kids can't speak. And now we're talking about they're able to like operate a phone and they can get, they can get cellular service and they can get outside the home, at least digitally.
Yes, apparently. The older children. It's confounding because it's like if you don't have enough money to properly feed your children, you're going to a diaper bank in town to get supplies. You're going to Dollar General. I was told over the weekend too, like by an employee, they would come in typically at night, and they would buy random stuff. And they use a benefits card, and that's how they would pay for items.
But did they tell you anything else? I mean, it's one thing to notice, okay, here's some people who come in at night and they use the food stamp card, but how would they even remember who these folks were? Like, what stood out?
They smelled badly.
Really?
But I think the fact that they came in later at night, they had a distinct odor to them, which I hate to say that, but it's the truth. It's what people said.
If you're working in a Dollar General and it's a busy one, it is hard to remember all the folks who come through there. So there had to be something very specific, and a smell would definitely remind you of who these folks were if you see them once or twice or more than that. So I get it, but nothing about kids.
They would younger children occasionally, not often, but occasionally.
On June 30th, 10 o'clock in the morning, sheriff's deputies responded to this home in Hampton, Ohio, for an unrelated warrant to what they were about to find. What they discovered in some.
All right. You know what? While we wait on them to come back, let's go ahead and look at a different case of a bunch of children. Because remember, the Turpin case is sort of like the Ohio case, except the house, I don't believe the house was a hoarded up, torn up mess like we have with the Siders case. I think there's a little bit of difference there. So let me go ahead and change screens right quick while we wait on them to come back. I don't know what's taking them so long, but I would like for them to come on back because we would like to hear this trial keep going, right? So let's look at the Turpin kids and that situation. So this is Ashley Banfield talking about the Turpin kids. Here we go.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. You may have heard about this. I can't sleep over this, but there's a story out of rural Ohio that is so incredibly disturbing. I don't really know where to begin with this because
as soon as the trial starts back up, we'll switch over, but I need to give you something to watch while we wait. So we're going to watch this for a second. Okay, this is Ashley Banfield.
Investigators, I am sure, are shattered today, only because I know this has happened before. These investigators in Ohio walked into a small house in a place called Hamden, and they did not just find a child in distress. They found 16 kids in real bad condition. And when I say real bad, I don't think it gets worse. 16 kids, ranging from toddlers to teenagers. They said living in conditions that were unimaginable. Human waste inside the home, children in serious medical condition, like serious, some reportedly unable to speak. One 18-year-old who, according to investigators, could not even write out her own name. The Ohio Attorney General said that these kids looked almost like feral animals. Let me repeat that. The AG of Ohio said that these kids looked almost like feral animals. The sheriff said his livestock was kept in better conditions than these children. And maybe the most haunting part of all of this is that the investigators say they weren't even expecting to find kids like this. Like, that wasn't why they were there. They were there on a search warrant for something completely different. Another investigation, unrelated, slightly related, unrelated. They're not saying what, but it wasn't about 16 kids living in a disgusting hovel like animals and almost in the condition of animals, unable to speak. When they got inside, they uncovered what officials are now calling.
All right, let's go back to the trial. Here we go. All right, guys, let me share my screen. They are fixed. He is on the stand, and away we go. I think our live stream was a little bit behind, but here we go. And this is Patrick. Here we go, guys.
And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul.
Here
Is
we
that
go.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
Let me see how.
do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
All right, guys. Sorry about that.
I think it was
Just trying
only
to
4 or
get
5
a watch.
days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse
Here we go.
practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic? A social worker.
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. And then
Aw.
there was a
Put that
bag
nicely.
that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console, it's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it.
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash. So
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
See. $30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the bar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Just for a moment, let me just stop and say this real quick and then we'll get right back to it. She's not taking enough of these drugs to, number 1, create a psychosis, or number 2, treat the depression. So you tell me what's going on here. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Sorry about that. I just had to make that statement.
I don't really recall much about that drug.
And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle, so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then, is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we're doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, this is exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4 is Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes,
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
that's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
Have the first photo.
Thanks, computer.
Second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7.
Oh, look how cute.
Yes.
What a shame.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something, is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she had been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, and they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctor's at.
And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off and then I took Dawson skiing.
And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that that night, while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
That may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. They, for some reason, they transferred. I don't know if they do this with all patients. But it was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. And we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
All right.
All rise. Close your doors, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
Now, so I do believe it is noon in Massachusetts right now. I am in Texas, so you know there's quite a time difference. So I guess we will just come back after their lunch. Give people time to go do other things that you need to do. I'm praying that our mowers will come while they're broken for lunch instead of later on this afternoon, because I do not want our live stream interrupted as we're watching Patrick continue to testify. Patrick seems to be a little upset. I mean, he's having a hard time testifying because it's as if he's learning things he did not realize. I mean, if he never knew she was doing the gummies on top of taking this medicine, or he never realized how much of the medicine she actually took versus what was prescribed to her. This is kind of eye-opening for him, and I think he's struggling a little bit. I would be struggling a little bit because maybe things are not exactly as I thought they were, based on what I was being told versus based on what's been discovered since this incident happened. But I like the way he says the children passed away. He didn't just come out and say when she, took their lives. He just said passed away. So I mean that was very sweet of him to do it that way instead of just saying exactly what actually happened. So with this, let's take a little bit of a break and go do some other things, and we'll come back to the live stream. I'm just going to leave it up and let it just let it sit here until it's time to go live again. Maybe I'll just put a be right back or put some music on or something, or put out to lunch. We'll just put it out to lunch while we go do some things and wait for it to come back. So I'll see you guys in a little bit, okay? Have a good day. Have a little bit of a good lunch. Go eat. Go get you some popcorn. Go walk around. Whatever you need to do, because it's going to be a long afternoon because they're not having court tomorrow. Okay. So let's put our be right back on. Hang on a minute. Is this the one? There you go. I need to make one that says at lunch. I think I'm going to find one that says that. We'll do that. All right. Put some music on. All right, here we go. Let's play what we can. The court is out to lunch. Hey, you know what? Hang on a minute. You know what I should do is while they're out to lunch, why don't I just play one of my live streams that we did last week? And it'll fill just enough time while they go to lunch so people have something to watch. But just know we're going to come back after lunch and finish watching the trial today. Let's do that, okay? I think that works better, really. Let me go to my channel and pull something up. Hang on, guys. I didn't even think about that at first. So here we go. Let's see. What do we want to show? I just want to go to YouTube. Just go to YouTube. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go to our channel and we're going to find something to watch while they're out to lunch. Do your channel. What would we like to talk about? How about let's rewatch this one here. He defended her and then the truth came out. Let's watch this one because this includes many of that. Here we go, guys. So this is, hang on. Let me set this up. This is my live stream from the other day. I'm going to go ahead and let it play through while the court is at lunch. Okay, so let me go ahead and share the screen for that. And we'll be right back after the lunch is over. So let me share the screen here. Okay. Oops, we'll get this going. Share the screen. All right. I think that's a good thing to do. We'll just let this play while we wait on the court to come back from lunch. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is my live stream. Here you go. Oops. We can do that. I think this is okay. Well, hello. How are y'all doing today? Hope everybody's having a wonderful weekend. It's so pretty in Texas today. How you doing, Sprinkle?
I'm good. How are you?
Right back. I'm okay. I know I decided to jump on here and do this today because, we were kind of talking this morning. I thought, you know what? That's interesting to talk about. When you have men who will defend their wives, that she could not have done this, it is not her, something is wrong, etc. And then it is her. But then what happens to the men, right? Yeah. So that's kind of something we're going to talk about today. I mean, it's
this goes way back. It goes way back, Susan Smith. I mean, this goes way back, many, many years.
What I did was I picked out, let me get over here my little script thing that I have. I had to rewrite it several times, and do it in a hurry. So we have 6 verified cases where a husband defended his wife after she killed their children. But then what did he do? What happens next? But then there's the other side of all of it. After it's all said and done, when the husband and the wife decide to go file a lawsuit against somebody else, blaming them for wrongful death. It happens, and it happens more than you would believe, people, which is, I know it's shocking. I know it is, but it is a true phenomenon that happens because they can't take responsible for their own doings, can they? Because that's what it seems like, right? So let me get my disclaimer over here. Let's go ahead and get that done for our fair use disclaimer. And I'm sorry if you can hear the noise in my kitchen. My husband is home today. So let me pull this up and we will get going. I know we didn't really announce it because I wasn't sure I was even going to go live. I was kind of contemplating it. I just couldn't decide. Okay, let me get my fair use up and we'll get on to that. Okay. This content is created for purposes of commentary, criticism, education, news, reporting, and discussions under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. All photos, videos, and documents and other materials used belong to their respective copyright owners. This channel does not claim ownership of third-party content. The purpose of this program is to provide analysis, discussion, and public interest. Commentary and any use of copyrighted material is intended to be transformative and falls under fair use. So there you go. That is it. Now, turn this down over here and get the rest of my things together, and we will get started on this. Now, we know that there's a very high-profile case that's going on right now, and we are going to talk about that case, to be honest with you, because I think we need to, because there's a lot of components. Hey, Cinderella, so good to see you, girl. How you doing? I know I haven't been live in days. I've just been having a little bit of I'll be honest with you, I've been a little bit depressed, just a little bit depressed. But today I decided, well, we're going to get it together, and we're going to get this going. We're going to talk about it. So glad to see you. Today we're going to start with the case that starts on Monday, this Lindsay Clancy case. Now, remember when this first happened, Lindsay and Patrick Clancy, he stood behind her. There's no way that she could have done this. She was not herself. All these different things were going on. I do remember the very beginning of this. And so Patrick says, yes, he defended her publicly, forgave her, and blamed it on postpartum psychosis. Now, that's not exactly what Massachusetts government says, but okay, that's okay. He was going to stand behind him. But see, where is he today? Well, I can tell you right now, he's not standing behind her. He is remarried. Now, he has remarried. and he is married to a doctor, and they live in New York. So how long did he actually stand behind her? Think about that for just a moment. Because there's so many of them that they start out like that, but they don't end up like that. I mean, look at Adrian Rusty Yates. That's another one of these cases. He defended her. Something was so mentally ill with her. Something was wrong. There's no way. He supported her insanity defense. Guess what? He's remarried and has another child. Now, another one of these cases, and this is a wild one, this one is out of Wyoming. It's Tranielle and Cliff Harshman out of Wyoming from 2018. Now, I know you probably have never heard of this case, but it's just one that I found, and I thought, you know what? This one kind of fits what we need to talk about. Her husband, he just left, relocated out of state, and nobody can seem to find him, which is strange, but okay. Then there's Megan and Stephen Huntsman from Utah in 2014. Now, Megan Huntsman, I don't know if you've heard of this case, but we're going to look at each different one of them. Megan Huntsman had 6 newborn infants that she killed by strangulation. Now, Stephen said she struggled with addiction and mental illness. And he's another one of these that has just kind of disappeared. Then there's Dina and Michael Schlosser. This is out of Texas from 2004. I had forgotten all about this one. Hang on just a second. Let me shut the door. Hang on, I gotta shut the door. Come on, let's go. I gotta get all the baby dogs out of here. Go see daddy. Go see daddy. There you go. All right. Now this was out of Texas, and I want to tell you right now, you need to let me give you a warning, please, because this is horrific. And she killed her 10-month-old daughter by amputation.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrific one, and it has a lot of warnings with it. Michael testified she was severely psychotic and influenced by religious extremism. Okay. And again, he's another one. He's stuck in there for a while, but then he remarried. Here's one that I'm sure you have never heard of this one either. This is Julie and Mark Schnecker out of Florida from 2011. She shot both of her teenage children. Mark stated she had a long-term psychiatric illness and asked for compassion. Mark continues working with the military and consulting and avoids media. Now, every one of these cases has something just a little bit different about it, but 3 out of the 6 filed wrongful death suits against drug makers, and think against what they consider what made these women do this, even though they're not married anymore. They get all of these things. Then they go back and file these lawsuits. Just like, look at Harmony Montgomery. Look what her mother did. Filed that wrongful death suit but remember, in her case, she asked the court to give Harmony to this man. She asked for that because she didn't want her in the system. And then he ends up taking her life. And then she files a wrongful death lawsuit. Does that make any sense? No, it does not to me. But it's out there, and it happens every damn day. It's so many of these things we don't know about, but they're out there, and it's shocking. It's disgusting. I mean, there are so many of these cases that we know about. This morning, when myself and Sprinkle were talking about this, we were naming all kinds of different cases where we've seen this happen. Not exactly these cases, but other cases. So anyway, now let's go over here. We're going to pull up some of the step courts. Oh, come on, refresh. Let me pull this up from Massachusetts. Okay. Well, it's not going to. Let's take a really quick look at Lindsay Clancy. I'm going to go to YouTube and pull up some of her information. Oops. Now, her case is supposed to start, I believe, tomorrow. And I thought about seeing if I could live stream it, but I don't know if I can. I've never live streamed all day long like that. So anyway, let's pull her up. Lindsay Clancy. Let's see what's going on next. Let's go to Court TV. This is from 1 day ago, and this is going to be full credit to Court TV. And it's opening statements that approach in the trial of Lindsay Clancy. Here we go. I'm going to give full credit to Court TV. We pull this up, and then we'll be able to share our screen. Okay, here we go. Oh, I see this damn shift button's not wanting to work right again. I know it's on and off with this damn computer. I don't know what makes this happen. I really don't. But let me share my screen and we'll get going. Okay. And this is going to be used under fair use from Court TV. So let me make it bigger and away we go. All right. And this is Benny Politan talk.
Couple raising a family in Duxbury, Massachusetts, living in a
Look at
wonderful
that cute house
in a wonderful town. But everything that was so good in their lives was destroyed on January 24th, 2023. That's when Lindsay sent her husband to pick up dinner. She then killed her 3 children, exited a second floor window, and ended up paralyzed.
She had, you know, I know we've talked about this case many times before. I know we have. And I've always kind of thought to myself, well, there's some sort of premeditation to it. But then we have experts telling us, no, there was no premeditation to it. That basically what she heard, and I don't know if I believe this or not, but what she heard in her head was him going to get this food was her last opportunity to take the kids out and take herself out. Do I believe it? I don't know. What do you think, Sprinkle?
I don't know. That's a hard one because she sent him away. You know, if she was having an episode, she would have done it regardless if he was there or not there.
See, and that's the thing. Most of it, what I understand about psychosis is, or which is kind of what they're trying to blame this on, some kind of mental illness. I mean, that they don't even know that they're having this. It's like they don't know to make any kind of premeditation, right? They're just having this and they just do whatever it is they're going to do. Now, I can't relate to it because I've never been mentally ill, so I don't know how to relate to this. So I don't know how I feel about her. We'll let this play.
Well, it was a damn convenience, if nothing else, that she chose to send him away while she did it. You know, that was a coincidence.
But see, that's the thing, was it? I cannot get this out of my mind.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying that was sarcasm.
Right. Okay. Well, let's let this play a little bit.
She strangled the kids to unconsciousness and then keeps strangling them for additional minutes.
Now Lindsay is on trial, charged with 3 counts of murder, facing life in prison. But even though she admittedly did it, she does not believe she should be held criminally responsible.
As to postpartum depression, psychosis, the concerns and the fear that a woman has. But a woman who has suffered and has put up with this affliction.
Lindsay's documented history of recent mental illness will make this a very difficult case for the jury. And now we get ready for opening statements as the trial of Lindsay Clancy gets set to begin. This is the biggest trial of the summer, and 12 citizens who got that notice in the mail will sit in the box and make the decision. A decision.
I'll tell you what, we're going to talk about this for just a second, then we'll go back to it. Hey, Carol Browser, how you doing, girl? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. We always appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you here. Hey, we're just talking about, you know, when men defend women who kill their children, and then what happens, right? So, I feel so sorry for the people who chose to be on that jury, because what they are going to see are things that's going to haunt them for the rest of their life. What they're going to hear are things that's going to be in their mind for the rest of their lives. You know, it is so hard to imagine being a juror on a trial like that when you're talking about 3 babies. We do know that one of the babies lasted for a few days and then passed away. That kind of thing makes it, that makes it even harder. Yeah. I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah. I can't. You know, just hearing everything would be one thing, but then when they throw up the photos, the before, the autopsy photos, the crime scene photos, that would just kill me. I don't know that I could do it.
You know, in this particular case, it's not gonna be a lot of gore. And let me give a trigger warning, because some of these things are going to include gore that we're talking about today. But it is still children, little children.
Right.
And you know, and good God. Good God is all I can say. Let's keep watching.
Involving incredibly defenseless victims. But Will this jury feel any sympathy towards Lindsay Clancy, the woman accused of their murder? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate.
She looks completely different.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
She looks completely different, like a totally different person.
Cinderella says, in my opinion, I would make my incarceration, remembering what I did, I would punish myself forever. I think so too. I mean, I don't know how she can sit there and think that she should not be held responsible. She did the action. Yeah, and I know she's paralyzed now. I know she's in a wheelchair, but let me tell you, there are people in prisons all over the place in a wheelchair. So I don't want to hear that as an excuse.
She's alive. At the end of the day, she's alive. Her babies are not. And they died at her hands.
And she knows she did it. See, that's the thing. If you were in a psychosis, you would have no memory of what happened here. But she knows what she did.
Yeah.
So this is what makes it hard to believe. Okay, we'll keep watching. I've always liked Vinny.
Cases of legal insanity were drastically changed in the way they were perceived by jurors, the way they were perceived by prosecutors after the shooting of President Ronald Reagan. It was John Hinckley Jr. who was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and that changed everything. I mean, prosecutors were much less likely to offer that sort of a deal to a defendant.
Okay, I'm going to stop this for just a second, because one thing we need to talk about is insanity. By reason of insanity. Remember, Letitia Stout changed her plea to guilty by insanity. Remember, she did. So and her whole trial was really about, was she insane or not insane? Remember? And this is kind of what's going to happen over here in this case too, but we'll let Benny keep talking. I just wanted to remind y'all of that. That is exactly what she tried.
Well,
And
Letitia
juries
turned
were
it
much less
into,
likely to accept it.
Hang on. Now, go ahead.
Letitia turned it into from a reason to an excuse.
Right.
And
But see, don't they all?
There's a big difference between that. Because, I have heard that people on different things and random different things that I've heard, where judges have stated, when a person was legally insane at the time of their crime, afterward, they are filled with so much remorse that they can hardly live with themselves because of what they've done. So when they see people after the fact, like Letitia, who doesn't show that remorse, it kind of takes that from being a reason to an excuse for the crime.
Right. Now, Carol Browser says, those babies, I don't know if I could let her free ever. Right. And and you're supposed to go in and not have any biased feelings at all. You're supposed to listen to the evidence, right? And then Cinderella goes, she deserves some kind of punishment. When she jumped out the window, it made it premeditated to me. Yes, and I can agree with Cinderella on that. Yes.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
I mean,
She knew what she was doing at that time. She knew she was trying to kill herself, so she obviously knew what she did. So if she was in psychosis, she wouldn't have realized exactly at that point what she had done.
Yeah, she's
the way I look at it.
She is saying that there was a male voice telling her to do this. This is what she's telling everybody. That's something we're never going to know.
Yeah. Was he telling her to jump out the window too? Or just kill her baby?
Just all of it. Take the babies, jump out the window. Now, let me ask you something. Do you honestly believe that if you jump out of a second-story home window, it's going to kill you? Do you believe that? I mean, I guess it's a possibility, but
maybe if you dove, and didn't put your hands out, it landed right on your head, so it would break your neck and kill you. Yes, but if you're jumping, no, what's gonna happen is exactly what happened to her.
Right. Now, a 3-story building would be different, I believe, but 2 stories. Okay, let's listen to Benny for a minute.
Because here's a man who attempted to assassinate a sitting president and he was found not guilty. By the way, John Hinckley Jr. is a free man today in Virginia.
Damn.
So from that point forward, it became much more difficult for defendants claiming legal insanity to be found not guilty by reason of insanity by a jury. Andrea Yates, probably the highest profile case, actually took her 2 trials to get that verdict. Originally, she was found guilty. That was overturned. It was retried. And eventually a jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity. But that's the one you think of, right? How many more are there? Not many. This case involving Lindsay Clancy is a little different because her husband, Patrick, doesn't blame her for what happened.
Unbelievable.
Think about that for a second. It's his children who were taken. He was the one who was sent out of the house. He was the one that was allegedly duped by Lindsay to not be there so she could commit this mass killing of their children in a brutal, brutal fashion. But he does not blame her. He blames the illness. He blames the medication, the lack of care from the health providers, but he's not blaming his own wife. And that's huge. That's huge.
Okay, so if he's not blaming his own wife, and he says he forgave her, all that. If he's not blaming her, why did he divorce her, go marry somebody else, and now have children, another child?
Exactly.
That sends a different picture to me. I mean, if you don't blame her, you forgive her. Why are you divorced from her, married, and have more children?
Yeah. Stand behind her until the trial's over. And then, I mean, I can see, like, if she's going to go, he stands behind her. She's found guilty. She's convicted and sent to prison for the rest of her life. I could see at one point possibly not wanting to stay married and wanting to move on with your life and have a sense of normalcy. I can see that. But at least if you really do believe it, stand by her until the trial is over.
See, that
you know what I'm
that's
saying?
what I would think. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Yeah.
think. Now,
And
Carol
then,
Bronson,
you hit that one point where you're like, I have to have a normal life. You're going to be in jail forever. So I'm sorry. I just have to divorce you and move on. I get that.
right. Carol
But
says
not-
exactly.
Yeah,
I don't
don't
believe
know.
what he's saying. I just don't believe that he truly forgives her. I believe that there's some part, and we know that when you get into cases like this, and this is a extremely difficult place to be, I would believe, for the husbands of these women, because this is their wife. This is the person they thought they were going to spend the rest of their life with. They have children. They have family. There's a bunch of people involved in all of this. And, you know, he's caught between the rock and the hard spot at first because, well, that's your wife, but she took your children's lives, but that's your wife. I mean, it's just, hey there, hello, Kimmy, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, this is kind of a listening. We're not going to be showing a lot of videos. We're really just having a big discussion on what happens in these situations and what happens to the men who at first try to be there. They just try to be there. Well, remember Al Stouch. At first, he didn't want to believe that she killed Gannon. He didn't want to believe that at all. But when there was no other option except for her, he had to accept the fact. But let me ask y'all another question, because this is something I thought about as well. What red flag did any of these people miss that something was so terribly wrong within that household that a woman could do that? That's another question I have about this, because they don't just wake up one day. Look, Letitia South did not just wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to go take Gannon's life. She didn't just wake up one day and decide to do that. There was some ongoing situation in that home that caused that. Do we know everything? No. Will we ever know everything? No, we won't. No matter how many times she's tried, we will just never know everything that went on in that house. But, you know,
I think Al came to the realization quickly, though. I think that soon as Gannon was missing and he didn't come home, I think all of those red flags really began to play in Al's ear. Like the kids, you know, telling him or telling mom, I can't even think of her name right now. You know, how Letitia was mean to them and how she had done these things. I think it clicked to him real quick. I don't even think it was probably a week or two before he had the inclination that it was her. Unlike these men who seem to be living in a plastic bag or a brown paper bag where they have these blinders over their eyes, where none of them have really ever said, well, you know, I saw this, that I've heard. Now they might have said it. Well, I saw this happening. I saw this happening. This makes me wonder. I haven't heard these reactions after the fact from a lot of these men.
Right.
Even what's her face, the one we talked about earlier, the two ladies, and she didn't kill them, but she's in prison now. They had that ministry. They had like the 5 kids. Yeah, they had the little ministry, and they were abusing the kids, and the kids ran to the next door neighbors, and they found them, and now they're both in jail. What the hell's their name?
I don't know.
It just happened. It just happened. There's the Netflix special on those two women. They were blonde. This 8 passengers lady. What's her name? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, she didn't kill those kids, but had that continued, those kids would have been dead.
Oh,
that was
only that 100%.
That was a matter of time before those children were dead. But even that husband, who's now remarried and I believe has another child, he didn't even see all the red flags that happened. Her moving the other crazy woman into the house, and her not allowing him in the house, and her not allowing him to see those kids for a year. He never even seemed to, anything that I've read, have any concern for the well-being of his children. And I don't understand that. Like, how could you not? How do you not? Do you
brainwashed?
Do you have that much? Is love that blinding? Is it really that blinding?
I don't know. I mean, I cannot even imagine this. Now, Cinderella says that she really don't want to judge him. If my man had done this, I would just want to forget what my partner did. I don't know. Maybe she duped him somehow. And then Kimmy goes, she's thinking, we're talking about the Tarpon case. And then Carol says, too many cases involving children is exactly right. Why are the children always the victims? If you are so unhappy, just leave. Leave your children with their dad. Don't do this. Go get help. But then you're like, well, if it's a psychosis, they don't know they need help, right? Let's keep listening to Vinny for a second, because he's bringing up some interesting points about this type of thing.
Huge. And if that message is received by the jury, now obviously he can't tell the jury what to do, but if he testifies in a way that sends a message to the jury, that could be very persuasive. Because what will the jury do here in this case? There's a documented history of mental illness for Lindsay Clancy, very recent to the time of the killings of her 3 children. Yet, you don't like to utter those words, not guilty. But if the defendant's own husband gives them permission by the way he testifies, what he says, and what the jury hears from the person who is impacted more than anyone by this case, then the jury could do it. But the question still lingers, like, what are they going to do with this case? And who are these people that are sitting in judgment of Lindsay Clancy? To get some answers, let's go to the courthouse in Plymouth County, Massachusetts, where Sierra Gillespie joins us. She's the host of Law and Crime's Scandal. Okay, Sierra, you're at the courthouse. You're in the...
You're right. You're absolutely right, Carol. Everyone blaming mental health. Is it mental health or is it something else? I mean, how can mental health be blamed so many times when somebody takes the life of somebody else or the life of their children, for God's sake? How can everybody be mentally ill? What's in the damn water, right? I mean, what's going on here?
And I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off base on this because I've never experienced postpartum depression. I don't know anything about it. Can postpartum depression actually be considered being mentally ill? Because postpartum depression, you can come out of.
That's
Mental
right.
illness, for the most part, if you're mentally ill, you can't come out of that. You know what I'm saying? You can be
Right.
you can be medicated and you can be held to control your symptoms. But once you're mentally ill, it's not like, okay, in 6 months you're going to be fine. Postpartum, there's an end to it. Postpartum doesn't last indefinitely. So can we consider postpartum a mental illness? My opinion is no.
Well, let me tell you what is stated out here in the world of knowledge that knows everything. There's a typical timeline for postpartum depression. It can last anywhere from several months to 3 years if left untreated. Okay, so usually it starts within the first week to the 3 weeks. Without treatment, it often lasts for many months or can persist up to 3 years. With treatment, improvement often begins within a few weeks, starting therapy and medication. So yeah, you don't. Okay, so
it is infinite. There is an end to it.
Yeah. Well, there is up to 3 years, it says, without any kind of medications. But Carol's agreeing with us, and then Cinderella says, you do not punish kids by withholding food and water. You're right. You don't punish the kids. You don't punish the kids. You're damn right.
That's a choice.
That is a choice.
Well,
I mean, look at the Ohio 16 right now. Look what's going on there right now. Now Gary Jr. is over there claiming that he might not be fit for trial, right? Everybody's trying to make Elizabeth a victim. Elizabeth is not a victim. She knew exactly what she's doing. Now, I talked about this the other day. It's a type of illness. It's a type of mental illness that goes with something else, where these people enjoy being pregnant. They have the babies, but once the baby's no longer really dependent on them, but we know children are always dependent on their parents. That this is where there's a disconnect of some sort. They discard them. They don't care about it anymore because they're pregnant again. They just want to be pregnant. They just enjoy being pregnant. They want to have the baby, but not be responsible.
Yeah.
So we talked about that the other day too. So yeah, I wonder if it's in him. You know what? Is it environmental? It could be. I do wonder about that, Kimmy, because if you think about things from 50 years ago, and then you think about things today, or is it because it always went on, but now we have social media that brings all these things to us? So that's the thing else I always wondered about. Thank you for bringing that up. It's an important question. Let's listen to Vinny. Thank you, guys. I really think this is so interesting.
Middle of it all, what is the latest?
Let me tell you, Vinny, this morning we had a huge surprise in the courtroom. I woke up thinking, okay, we're so close. We're one juror away from this 18-panel jury being seated. And in fact, 2 jurors were dismissed pretty much right away at the top of the day. So all of a sudden we're out 3 jurors right away in the morning. I spoke to the defense attorney and he said,
all right, guys, I had to go do a couple of things. That's why I let this play for a little while. But let me tell you this. I understand, and if I had been picked for a jury, there's no way I could have sat on that jury. No way. Because it is involving children. And I would not want to be biased and because I'm so angry that this mother took this choice, whether by psychosis or not, over the children. I would not be fit to sit on that jury. So I don't blame people for getting themselves removed. I really don't. I mean, I'm not sure if when they got their jury notice, if they even knew what the trial was going to be about. Usually you don't know. Anyway, I'm going to let this play for a minute and then we're going to look at something else.
honestly, I don't even know if we're going to finish jury selection today, trickle into tomorrow, meaning things would then be Monday. I mean, it's still TBD at the time of this recording, but I will tell you just moments ago when I rushed out here to do this interview with you, one more juror was seated. So that brings us up to 16 people who have been seated. Now, this most recent juror was a woman. She's in her 60s, looks almost of the retiree age. So maybe a mother, maybe even possibly a grandmother potentially here. I wasn't able to hear exactly what she was saying when she was conferencing with the Commonwealth and the judge. The defense didn't have any questions for her, though. They agreed right away she should be seated. She was seated in juror position box number 2 because if you recall, that juror asked to be removed from the jury on day 2 or 3 of jury selection. It's all kind of coming together. It's blurring together, but it seems like hopefully we'll have a jury seated by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're so close, and then all of a sudden.
All right. So that was just part of our live from the other day that Sprinkle and I did. I'm going to bring you some other things that we've talked about and done before that are on different cases where these things are involved. I mean, it's almost like, I mean, in the YouTube world or wherever, because you hear about this every day, it's almost like we are not bothered by it anymore. And that's not really true, because we are bothered by it, just like everybody else. But we become a little hard. I think we become a little hard because it's in your face every day. And you want to bring these things to the attention of everybody. You want everybody to know about this. And so you go out and you find all the information so that you can let everybody know about it. And I just think it kind of changes how we look at the world a little bit. But anyways, I'm going to get off of that one. We'll go find a different one to look at. Let's look at something else. Hang on a minute, guys. We've done a lot of different, let me go to my lives and see if I can find something to pull up. Different types of cases. I like to talk about all kinds of things. Now, in Letitia Stouch's case, there is, I'm going to do, well, I need to change this here, but I'm going to do a live on the motions to suppress and how it relates to the trial before, because they are filing to stop the state from using the cell phone and a lot of different things that actually got her convicted the last time. They're filing motions to suppress all of that information. Well, if you suppress all that information, what do you have left, right? So anyway, I'm going to do a live about that sometime soon. I just want to get through some of these other things first. So let's go back and look at the Siders case, all right? This is going to be our live from 7 days ago. So let me pull this up, okay? All right, guys, I'm going to let this play through. We can pass that. We're talking about the Siders. This case was, this case. Well, hello, everybody. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Sprinkle Donut. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello. We are going to talk about something very strange. All right. Let me see if it's going. All right. Why is it not going? Come on, let's go. Wisconsin over a span of like 20 years. Now, here we go. In this other house that they're discussing, they talked about attic living conditions and the trashed property that emerged from the last house they lived in before they moved into the house they live in now. And this was over in Gallia County. And that guy, Mr. Golick, I guess, purchased this house, and he talked about how bad it absolutely was. And he could tell from the conditions that somebody had been living up in that attic. But it was all children's clothes. It was not adult clothes. So, and we also know about the truancy that happened, and that they, these children all of a sudden, they weren't going to school, but then they stopped going to school. Why? Why did they stop going to school? What was going on in that home that stopped them from going to school? This has nothing to do with Christina and Gary Siders Sr. Nothing. That was between Gary Jr. and Elizabeth. Why are those kids not going to school? See, this is telling you painting a picture of something that started way before they started living with grandma and grandpa. So, then they moved to this other house. But there's this thing called, let me pull up my other part of this. It's called perinatal, shit, let me get this back over here. Hang on, guys. I got to pull up my little spot again. Perinatal depression. Okay, it's some kind of perinatal depression, like postpartum depression, but it also has to do with another type of mental illness. Now, it's something to do with, and I don't claim to be an expert at all, but it's something to do with having the children, loving to be pregnant, wanting to have the babies, but not necessarily wanting to take care of them once they got here, because the woman gets something out of being pregnant, some dopamine response that she gets from being pregnant. Is this what's going on? Was there some underlying mental illness that nobody had treated with Elizabeth? I'm not saying there is or isn't, because I don't know. But is there something that was going on there that was not treated? And then she gets involved with Gary Jr. over here, and he probably has, I don't know, he may have some mental illness. He may have, I don't know, something with him too. And the two of those together is like, fire and gasoline mixed together, and they form this bond, and all of a sudden they both want to have all these children, but they don't really want to take care of them because, well, they can't. Let's just be honest. Now, with 16 children, or even when they moved in with the grandparents, they had 10 children, is the way I understand this. At any point, they could have went down and got help. I have since, and let me correct this, I have since found out that statement that I just made in that live was not true. That absolutely, they did not move in with Gary Siders Sr. and Christine until 2025. They lived separate beforehand, but the house they lived in beforehand was also torn up, human feces, and just the same hoarded up, disgusting mess. So let me clarify that. Here we go. Could have gotten food stamps. They could have gotten all kinds of help. But then that comes back to, but they're not enrolled in school. So they didn't want to do that because that would out them. Is that because they care about their kids, or is it because they care about themselves? You need to think about this realistically, because people who care about their children, and no, I know everybody's like, she's a victim. No, they are painting a narrative for you so that they can lead you into believing she is a victim, because I don't believe she's a victim. Just don't. What do you think, Sprinkle?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of torn because in watching her body language when she was getting, when they were processing her in the jail, it does make me question, because she seems extremely timid. She has her head down. She has her hair covering her face. Gary's mom's behavior is very different. So it makes me question. It's a hard one. I'm kind of on the fence. I think, again, I know I said this before, I think there two things can be true at once, right? I think she's a perpetrator, and I think she's a victim. A victim of exactly what?
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back and we're going to look at when they were in the Sallyport being arrested. There's a video out there, and I don't remember who has it exactly, but we're going to pull that up, and you can just look at the demeanor of each one of these people. Now, what I found very strange about the Siders case, okay, Lindsay Clancy trial is on there at lunch. We will go back to the trial after lunch, but I wanted to bring you something instead of just sitting here. So, in this Sallyport video, Elizabeth does not even have handcuffs on. Why is she not handcuffed? Everybody else is handcuffed. What's going on here? It's very weird, very different. Let me see if I can pull this up over here. And this is going to be from Dr. G Explains. All right, so hold on just a minute. Let me get this over here. All right, and I like Dr. G, so let me put credit to Dr. G. Okay, good. He's a good guy. Dr. G. And this is Dr. G Explains his channel, and we're going to look at his coverage on this, so he can tell us why is it that what is going on with these people as they're being arrested from a clinical point of view, which is what I wanted to do. Here we go. Let me share my screen real quick, and we'll get this going. Okay, credit to Dr. G, and let's share our screen. All right, here we go. Oops. Okay. This is, again, Dr. G. Let me turn this, put it on large, and we'll get going.
And forensic psychologist, as well as a body language expert. And today, we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of the Siders family. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my
his opinions on
variety of contexts in the jail. To people, which is significant. That does help us understand that he is capable of doing that. He does seem to be having back and forth interactions with that officer right there. If you watch this right here, and the reason I point this out, even though that's something very basic, is to show that he's
already in the wheelchair. He had problems walking. He was already injured and already not in good shape before he was ever arrested. He's mental. He has dementia as well, as what I understand. But here we go.
Capable of interacting with people. He is capable of reciprocal interaction. It does seem that he can communicate. That's a very important part of how they are going to ultimately bring charges in a case like this. Yes. How capable is everybody involved in understanding the charges? How much did they understand they were doing, so on and so forth? At this point, the fact that he's able to converse and to have what looks like to be fairly regular interactions with people is worth noting. Now you'll notice he does have restraints on. He does have handcuffs on. That's significant because there are a couple of family members who do not. But I wanted to point that out because that means that they still think that he is potentially a risk. That's why people put on handcuffs, is to minimize risk. It's not a matter of punishment. They're not punishing somebody by putting handcuffs on. It may be embarrassing, but the goal of handcuffs is to prevent police from getting injured. So they must see him as some degree of a threat. So they do have him in handcuffs right now. As you can see, this is Gary Siders Jr. coming out. He has ankle cuffs as well as wrist handcuffs.
But let me tell
you can see he's looking down.
Look at him. Look at him. I want you to look at Gary Jr. Look at his stance. I mean, he's looking down. He hasn't missed a damn meal. You can tell, right? He looks far different from the rest of the people that was in that house. Why? What's going on here? All right, here we go.
When it comes to body language, typically we associate that with shame. This is not somebody who's puffing up his chest and, putting his neck out. People do that when they're feeling really prideful and they want to show everybody how tough they are. This looks like someone who feels defeated right now. Again, he's probably also trying not to trip, but I don't think that is exclusively why he's looking down, because we see a lot of people in situations like this and they don't always have that way, that type of gait, that type of posture. Now you're seeing Christina Siders come out. And just to be clear, if it's not obvious, Gary Siders and Christina Siders are the parents of Gary Siders Jr. Elizabeth Siders was married into the family. These are not her biological parents. They are his biological.
We're going to just take a look at her right quick. Now, let me remove this right quick. See, she looks like she's doing okay. She doesn't look like she's missed any meals either. She looks like she's relatively healthy, doesn't she? Okay.
Biological parents. Now, in terms of the body language, what we're seeing. Now, if you look at Christina Siders, she seems pretty casual right now. As you can see, she's holding papers. She looks fairly relaxed. She's paying attention to make sure she didn't trip over that step right there. So her body language right now, she seems very casual. She doesn't seem very anxious right now, because we can really see it in body language. When someone's feeling really anxious, and you're going to see that in a second, it becomes very apparent. Doesn't mean she's not worried, but we're not seeing a lot of that tension and anxiety. Now, one thing that's interesting about Elizabeth.
Did you notice? No handcuffs, no ankle, nothing. She's got these papers in her hand, and she's just walking in like she's friends with that deputy. Isn't that the strangest part to this? Why? What is about? Are they already trying to put the narrative out that she's the victim of Gary Sr., Christine, and Gary Jr. here by not actually handcuffing her or putting chains on her legs? What are they doing? Why is it like this? This is very strange. Here we go.
Siders, is we're not seeing any ankle braces.
Weird.
We're not seeing any handcuffs, which could speak to the facts of the case. For some reason, they don't find her to be a danger because, as I said before, police put people in handcuffs. I mean, part of it's procedure, but it's really to prevent danger. It's not a matter of punishment. So whether or not she's guilty of anything, we're going to find out. But at this point, the fact that they chose not to put her in handcuffs speaks to the fact that they must see her as no danger to anybody at this point. But in terms of her body language, look at how high up her shoulders are. This is somebody who immediately when you see them, she just looks like she is a ball of tension.
Now, another
You can
thing
see
that they
just
found-
how bunched.
Another thing they found out after all this is the fact that one of the little girls, or a couple of little girls that stayed with somebody else, said that she was pregnant again, and it was going to be another girl. And this is what they told the people they were staying with, the foster parents or the foster home that they're staying in. If it's true, we don't really know because they're not going to tell us. You know, they can't tell us from the court system. They can't tell us, or the jail can't tell us. But here we go.
Up her shoulders are. We're going to talk a lot more about what that means as we keep going, but it's pretty evident right now that she is very defensive in her body language. And it's not some sort of reaction to somebody. It's not like you're seeing her bunch up all of a sudden. She's staying in that posture. You can see her fists are balled up, her shoulders are up. This is someone who appears so tense. And I don't mean that in this context. This looks like this is her normal posture. I would guess that this is the way she looks all the time. One thing that really strikes me about their body language.
Oh, look at all Gary Jr. over there. Let me remove this so y'all can get a good look at him. Can I make it? Let me see if I can make it, if I can scroll in. I don't think I can scroll in on this. Let me see. I don't think I can. Ooh, anyway, look at him. He ain't missed one meal at all. All right.
Just how casual most of them seem. If you look at Gary Siders Jr., for example, he seems pretty calm through all of this. But when you live in a situation like they were living in, something like this may not seem like such a big deal. Yes, obviously there are serious legal consequences of all this, but they are remarkably casual throughout this. And you see him wincing a little bit right here. There seemed to be something that was genuinely uncomfortable when the officer did that. That doesn't seem to be an overreaction. It does look like something about.
I'll tell you one thing, though. You can tell nobody has bathed. Look how filthy he is. His feet are filthy. His hands are, I mean, they're just filthy. Just filthy. And you know, I'm pretty sure. Remember, there's another video where you see Elizabeth, and all of a sudden she has been showered, right? I guess they went ahead and showered them first. I'm not sure. Anyway, here we go.
Maybe he has an injury on his leg. I don't know what it is, but that looked like pain.
Just interesting.
Now, you'll notice right here, Gary Siders Sr., you're going to see him put his face in his hands. Now, typically we do that when we're feeling really defeated or ashamed. One of the things.
I think Gary Siders Sr. was in pain. I do believe he was in physical pain because I don't think they realized that he was not really able to walk real well. And so they're trying to lead him out of the house, and he fell. We all know that. So I think he was really in pain at this point.
As challenging as just because of his own medical situation, it could just be that he's tired. So I don't want to overanalyze why he's doing that. So it could be that he's feeling all that pressure and all that shame, but it's also very possible that he is just exhausted from going through this. Before we keep going with the analysis, I want to show you something that genuinely bothers me greatly.
Let's go back past this. Get on back over here. All right.
Are up to her ears. And when you see someone like this, my first thought is that this is what victims typically look like. Now, I want to make a very clear distinction. Someone can be both a victim and a perpetrator. You can certainly be both, but that doesn't change the fact that when you see her, this is someone who looks like they have a tremendous.
You know, I wonder, now they're all in the jail that they're in. Well, Senior's not in jail. He's actually in a hospital or nursing home at this point. But I wonder if at this point they were talking to each other, but once they got put into the jail, they can no longer conversate with each other. Remember, they were all separated, and they should have been. But I wonder at this point, the way Christina is looking at Elizabeth, like, look at what's happening to me now. I mean, I wish I could see her face, but you know, she has some sort of feeling about this. You know, she does. Here we go. Dr. G, let's go.
Amount of trauma and victimization in their past. That's what the body language says. I don't know her history, but when I see somebody like that, that's my first reaction. So when you think about why the body is that defensive, it's constantly preparing and trying to shield itself from the outside world. It's someone who just doesn't have any concept of how to let go of that stress. And it can look very different when someone is stressed because of a situation. You're going to see more fidgeting. I see her touching her fingers, but you're going to see more touching with it.
You know, also you have to remember too that Gary Jr. has a 9th grade education and Elizabeth has an 8th grade education. Okay. It has been said, I don't know that it's a fact or not, that Gary Jr. also has low IQ. And some of Elizabeth's family members have made mention of Elizabeth's low IQ. So I'm not for sure on that. I can't say it's 100% true or not. Here we go.
The face, more touching of the cheeks, that kind of thing, things to soothe oneself. She's not doing anything to soothe herself. She's just a bundle of nerves. She's just very tightly wound right here. And like I said, with the grandmother, very similar to the son, pretty casual about all of this. And relative to the way they were living, this probably just doesn't feel like that big of a deal. See, look at her posture. It's hard not to see somebody like that and immediately think, what has this person been through? As I said, that does not in any way, shape, or form suggest that she is not guilty of what she's being charged of. It doesn't.
Well, we'll take a good look. I just find it odd that she was not shackled, handcuffed, anything. She walked in like, okay, it's like they walked her in and it's like, okay, honey, we know that you've been through hell, so we're going to try to make this as easy as possible. Well, what about those babies that she put through hell? Think about that. Yeah, here we go.
Doesn't mean that she hasn't done things herself. But it's hard not to look at somebody with that kind of posture, with that kind of tension, and go, what is this person's history? What have they been through that this is their default body position? But you look at the way that she's stroking her hair, the way that she's positioning her and holding her hands. There's so much discomfort emanating from her. Like I said, it's not the kind of anxiety because she's in this situation, I don't think. I just think that this is how she is. This seems to be the default, I'm guessing, for Elizabeth Siders.
Okay, switch your butt.
And this right here is sort of a classically uncomfortable pose. One arm hanging down, the other arm stroking that arm. That's something that we see people do often when they are feeling uncomfortable. You look at somebody at a party, for example, and they're standing off to the side. This is a pretty stereotypical way for them to stand. You can see right there the way she's holding her left arm with her right hand. This is...
But remember, okay, I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but I think they're going to show it in a minute. There's some big, I don't know if it's a bruise, I don't know what it is, but there's something on her arm, on her left arm, which she's holding, that looks like a big giant, as if somebody used their whole hand to wrap around her arm. Okay. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it here. Let's see.
Someone who just is emanating discomfort. And if we're to pay attention to the officer's body language, none of them are standing in ways that would come across as extremely intimidating. They're not crossing their arms or getting close to her. They're all keeping their distance. The male officer right there, the way he's standing with his legs apart, that's pretty standard for officers. That's not surprising that he's standing that way, but it's not that he's standing in a way that's intimidating or intending to be intimidating. So her reaction is not because the authority figures around her are trying to make her feel a certain way, I don't think. Now we're going to look at a bit of the booking video.
Now, stop right there. Okay. Now, I can't make this any bigger, but you see this right here? What is that? We don't know what this is. I've heard people say, oh, it's a big bruise, or, oh, it looks like she was tied up or something. I don't know. I don't think it's a tattoo. I have no idea what it is. I wish I could make this bigger. Let's see if there's a way to bring it closer. I don't think there is. Okay, but anyway, this is the area that I was talking about right here. Remember, she was holding her arm. Now, it looks like she's gotten her hair washed, doesn't it? Something very strange about that. Anyway, okay, why are we having the buffering? Do you see that right there? It's kind of buffering a bit. Anyway.
Videos. As you can see right here, we're back to Elizabeth Siders again. That discomfort is just emanating from her. She seems so uncomfortable. You see her bunching her hands together, wringing her hands. Her feet are going underneath her chair. All of this suggests someone who is deeply uncomfortable right now. Now, this could be, more so than the others, this could certainly be a reaction to the situation to an extent, but I don't think that's all of it. But you look, even the way she has...
All right. Now, I'm actually going to go to a different one, too, because there's another one I like to look at, and that is when they're being talked to by the judge. Let's see if I can find that one right quick. Is this one? Who's that one? This is Long Crime. Hang on a second, guys. I know. Okay, let's look at, well, we've already looked at that one. Hang on a minute. New and explosive details unraveled. That's from 2 weeks ago. Hang on a second. This one right here. Now, this is WBNS 10 TV out of, okay.
Another thing about this house on Omer Street that we've showed you, the Attorney General says as officers were doing that.
Okay, hang on. Let me give credit to WBNS TV. This is the news station there. Yeah. It's the, okay. Let me see what Sprinkle says. Sprinkle says the supposedly bruise she had when she came in, it wasn't from restraints due to the face. She was not right. So I don't really know what it was, No, this thing, you can put it. I don't really know what it was there, and I'm pretty sure at some point we will know. But again, the records are all being sealed, which makes this almost impossible to really get to deep dive what's going on in this case here. Okay, so let me make this bigger, and we're going to give full credit to WBNS 10.
Search yesterday, they were literally about to fall through the floor there.
So who is this family? Well, 10 TV's Carla Rogner has spent the day reaching out to relatives and digging through records to learn more about the Siders family.
She joins us now live from Gallia County. And Carla, you've been on top of this story since it first broke yesterday.
Yeah, what we learned through court records that a place they've spent a lot of time in is here in Gallipolis, Ohio. This is in Gallia County, but we spent the day going to some of their old addresses here and talking to neighbors, and no one recognized the family members, let alone knew there were children living inside those homes. This morning, the Vinton County prosecutor referred to Gary Sr.
Now look at him sitting there right quick. Now, Grandpa's kind of looking off to the side like, oh God, what's going on here? Gary Jr. is kind of looking directly, I think, trying to hear. But one of the things about that I noticed when he speaks is something is not exactly right about his voice. And this is when I thought to myself, does he have a hearing impairment? Does he have a speech impairment? What is going on here with Gary Jr.? But now they have filed papers to do a competency hearing on Gary Jr. Now, I will say this, there is no way to malinger or to fake competencies. There are structures built into the testings to point out if somebody is faking something. So that's just really not possible. So whatever it comes out to be that's what it is. So anyway, watch it. Hang on.
And Christina as the grandparents, and said Elizabeth and Gary Jr. were parents, but would not say if Elizabeth was the mother of all 16 children. We learned through a marriage record from West Virginia that Gary's...
You know, people were talking about, look how red her eyes are, look how red her eyes are. I think she had on some pink eyeshadow. I think that's a little bit of eyeshadow right there. I don't really think that that's necessarily all just red eyes, okay? Because if you look at the whites of her eyes, they are a little red, but we understand she's been crying. If you look at the whites of his eyes, they're not red. I mean, that looks like some sort of makeup, I think. Anyway.
Siders Jr. wed Elizabeth in 2008 when she was just 15 years old. That's the same year the first child was born. We looked through the family's criminal records. Aside from a few traffic issues, a DUI for Gary Sr. in 1998 was the most serious offense we could find. Authorities say the family bounced around southeastern Ohio, even Wisconsin, before landing in the Vinton County home, where authorities uncovered this house of horrors.
Just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids.
Here right now, all four members of the Siders family are in jail on a $300,000 bond. Authorities said this morning the focus now turns towards getting justice for these 16 children. Reporting live in Gallia County, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
It's so important that they are safe now. And Attorney General Andy Wilson did stress that there's no ongoing threat to the public. This was an...
All right, now we're going to get rid of that. All right, I'm going to go back over here to our... I think they're still at lunch, but here we go. Yeah, they're still at lunch. As you can see, they're still at lunch, but we're going to share the screen over here. But I mean, when you look at this case, there's so many unanswered questions that we're just never going to get the answers to. And I know that, you know, and now that they are actually sealing a lot of the records, that's another big problem that we're going to have in this case. But I understand why they're sealing the records, and maybe they should seal the records. People are, oh no, why are they sealing the records? Because there are 16 minors involved. That is why they are sealing the records in the case of the children out of Ohio. And they should, they absolutely should. So it looks like it is 1:08 here in Texas. I know they were going to take a couple hours to go to lunch. It has not come back yet. So let's see if we can find something else we might want to watch on YouTube and talk about. Hang on a second, guys. We'll go back over here. I want to leave that one up over here. Okay, let's go back to some of our lives that we have done on different things, and we'll just take a look at those. How about that? I think we can do that. I think it's okay. It's fine, right? Here we go. Let's go back over here now. What do I want to look at? Okay, let's see. How about, this is a good one right here. Now this is, just a second, I want to bring you up to speed about what this is. Oops. Okay, let me get rid of that. Make this big, hang on. All right, I'm gonna go past this. All right, now. Okay, here we go. Now we're gonna start this going. Oh, come on, go away. Why does it look like that? Okay, I want this to play. Just a second, I gotta share the screen. All right, let me share the screen over here for this. This is a live we did the other day, and we talked about Elizabeth Sider and Wendy Adelson are not victims. This is one of the lives we did the other day, and I just want to watch a little bit of this for a few minutes with you guys so we can get this going. Here we go. All right. And is it going to play? Let's get it to go. I don't know why I was having a slow start that day. Here we go.
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you?
The reason why I wanted to look at this one the other day is because Wendy Adelson and Elizabeth Siders. Now, Wendy Adelson, everybody's like, oh, you know, they're acting like she never knew her mother and her brother were in partners or in cahoots to take the life of her husband. See, I don't believe that. I believe there's no way that that family could have done that without her knowing something about it. She is not a victim here, just like Elizabeth Siders is not a victim. And that is why I compared these two cases. One is the death of a person, I understand that, but the other one is the lives of 16 children. But both women cannot sit here and act like they didn't know nothing was going on here. Here, let's watch.
Living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school. So that would have been in the summer of 2005. And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
I tell you, oh, Grandma, I call Donna Adelson the meddling Meemaw because she is a meddling Meemaw. I really do believe this man would still be alive had she let her daughter be an adult. Because one of the things that I heard in this testimony was that she could not even drive to her mother's house without either her mother or her father driving over in a rented car and then driving back with her and the kids when they made trips to her house. Does that seem normal? No, it does not. Here we go.
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday. So he was 4 turning 5, and our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Remember last time I talked about her, I had mentioned something about the Jewish faith. That I now remembered why, because he was Jewish and they were having issues about them being raised in the Jewish faith. Now I do remember this. I think I did watch this before. Okay, but we're going to keep watching. Here we go. I just don't know how something was just brought to my attention. Okay, people are walking down the road. You're not allowed to walk down the road. All right. Something was just brought to my attention by Sprinkled Donut, and it is the fact that I'm going to play this for you. Brian Kohlberger is pulling crap again. So let's go watch this right here. I'm going to share my screen just a second so you can see what we're talking about. This is just coming out, and I find it totally, extremely, crazy. I mean, really, if you stop and think about it, here we go. And this is going to be from Channel 7. Look at this mess right here. Look at this. Whoops, get rid of that. All right. Kohlberger wants to withdraw his guilty plea. What? I don't think it. What? He's already been sentenced. I don't understand. Kohlberger, who is convicted of murder, says he's innocent and wants the case reopened. No. According to the New York Times, this is why whenever the mowers come, I have to get off because he will not stop by. It's the Amazon truck. Jack is just a little watchdog. I mean, I did not know Frenchies could act like he acts. I didn't know. Okay, so anyway, he wants to withdraw. Boise, Idaho. Brian Kohlberger, who pled guilty to killing 4 University of Idaho students in Moscow, is seeking to withdraw his plea, according to the New York Times. Now, Kohlberger was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, as previously reported. Now, according to the Idaho Supreme Court, life and death sentences, the court defines it as a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. This is what he has said. This is from Brian Kohlberger himself. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn, Mr. Kohlberger says in a statement provided to the Times on Sunday night. He reiterated in a phone call from prison in Idaho that he had an absolute claim of innocence. The full Times article includes his full statement abandoning his guilty plea. Now, Kohlberger agreed to the plea deal weeks before his trial was to begin in August of 2025, after his attorneys tried but failed to remove the death penalty as a possibility of the punishment. Now, during the plea agreement hearing, after a series of yes responses to the 4th District Stephen Hippler, this was the judge, the 30-year-old suspect acknowledged the burglary and the stabbing deaths of 4 students. Now, Kohlberger confessed to stabbing Kaylee Conclaves, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Xana Carnoodle, who were killed in their off-campus house in Moscow on November the 13th, 2022. Okay. Before his sentencing, the conditions of the plea agreement bound by Kohlberger to refrain from filing any appeals in this case, meaning he cannot contest his 4 consecutive life sentences in court. He was sentenced to life in prison in July of 2025. Now, KTVB reached out to Kohlberger's former attorney, who declined to comment. The station has also reached out to Bill Thompson and Chief Anthony Dalinger, former Chief Fry, and they declined to comment as well. So isn't that the wildest thing? Now I'm going to say something. I would like to know, how in the world are you going to withdraw your plea when in your plea agreement it said you were not allowed, you agreed to not file an appeal on your pleas, on what you pled to. So I don't understand how he's doing that. This is you think maybe he's just trying to be relevant in the news again. Maybe he just wants to keep being famous, because he's made himself extremely famous. So maybe he's out there just saying these things to get the attention once again, which would not shock me at all, period. Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting. Thank you, Sprinkle Donut. I wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. Let's see where we're at here. Oh, okay. We need to get back over here. For some reason, they're not just showing, but they're showing the courtroom now. So let's go over here and see what we got. All right. Okay, now I'll make sure that we are all the way caught up, because there we go. All right. It's back and forth, I guess.
And she had a lot of friends.
Here we go.
And she just liked taking care of people.
He's having a hard time.
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
Using the firefighters and trucks.
Oh. Okay, hang on a minute, guys. Let me just give you a trigger warning, because now they're talking about the children. Okay, so just think about it. And this is why he's having such a hard time.
He liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Helen. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or?
He was just a happy baby.
Mm-hmm.
And then just showing you exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. This is so sad. Oh. Oh.
Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing happy birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos. That's the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
So sad.
From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage and video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt, Dawson, and in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can
Honor.
I see again?
I tell you, I don't know how he's holding it together. Myself, I would not be able to even speak rewatching this and reliving the horror that he lived. I really wouldn't. We're having a sidebar. This is tough. I hope that he only has to testify today, but I think he'll be back tomorrow, Wednesday, when they start again. Because remember, there's no court tomorrow. And we'll be on our execution watch tomorrow for 2 people. You can only imagine. I wonder if the judge is telling them, hey, listen, this might be too hard for him. Maybe don't show the videos. I'm not sure. Or maybe she can't, maybe it's Lindsay who can't stand to sit there and watch those videos. Maybe she's going to be removed from the courtroom. Can y'all imagine that? I can just see her doing that. I mean, regardless whether you did it or not, it has to be hard to watch those videos. Wow. I will tell you another thing that happens. There is if you're on a mobile device versus watching on a computer or live TV, there is a delay that happens. So you may see it faster on the live TV than you see it on the mobile device, just to let you know that. I would make myself, hey, Cinderella, it's so good to see you, girl. Hey, you would make yourself watch those videos to punish. Yeah. But see, I see Lindsay over there is trying to every way in the world to get out of this, right? I mean, this is it's just terrible. But anyway, so glad you came on over, Cinderella. Thank you, appreciate it. I decided today I was going to live stream this. I wasn't sure if I could, but I decided, you know what, I'm going to just do it. So learning lesson today, learn how to live stream at full trial. So that's what I'm doing. So glad to see everybody come on in. You're in the bushes, come on in, let's talk about it. You know, it's hard to watch. Let's see. Yeah, we're up. Yeah. They're still on a sidebar over here. It is so sad, Cinderella. It is so sad. You know, when I'm watching those beautiful children in those videos, it's hurting me. I can't imagine how Patrick feels. Just can't imagine. Such a cute little picture, Cinderella. Oh, is that you as a child? Is that you as a child, Cinderella? That's cute. Just gonna put him back up there so people know when he never mind, I see it. Let me show Patrick Clancy. I'm gonna put his name back up there so when they come back from their sidebar, people will know who is actually on the stand right now. Let me go find it. I lost my little. Okay, it's up here. Oh, right here. There we go. When they come back, it'll be Patrick Clancy again. Anytime you hear that beeping noise, that's when you're going to know that the court is not allowing us to see. I can't imagine what it is. Losing one is horrendous. All three of them, yeah, all at once. The family annihilation is what that was. I mean, she annihilated the entire family, really. It's terrible. And the way she did it, you know, how they described how she did this, you think in your mind, how in the world can you do this? Not once, not twice, but 3 times with exercise bands. How in the world? Yeah. There is no words, really. What does Sprinkle say? I can't imagine. I can't either. Look at what does Sprinkle say over here. Let me catch up with everybody. So I can read the chat to everybody. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Gosh, I wish they'd hurry up. I mean, yeah, Sprinkle says, oh, thank you, Cinderella. Yes, there you go. You know, I just love it. I just love it when my people come into the chat and we can all talk and have a good time. We never have a problem in this chat. Since I quit letting it go onto Rumble, we've not had any problems. For some reason, there was something on Rumble. There will always be some bot thing trying to put in some kind of advertisement crap. So I just quit putting it on Rumble. We just do Kick and YouTube now. That's it. And then I'll go back and share it on Clap or whatever later. So, oh, it's hot today. Let me see what the actual temperature is. I can feel it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, guys. All right.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you can submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family interviews, and you get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification.
I can say this, if they had to have a sidebar and they're going to admit a full video, it's going to be a tough one. So let's get our trigger warning right now. If you need to cry, go ahead. It's okay to show emotions. Hell, I might be crying by the time it's over with. Telling you.
Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so. Yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top.
It's me.
And then in the middle, here with the ponytail.
It's Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps.
Lindsay.
Okay.
And is that
Just a second, guys. Hang on a minute. Just
Yes.
let me make this little announcement really quick. You're going to hear some noise because, of course, the mowers have to show up after the lunch break, of course. And Jack cannot stop barking, so you're going to hear some noise. I'm so sorry about that. All I can do is turn it up and hope that we can move past it because I do not want to stop my live stream over these idiots. Anyway, let's keep going. So sorry, guys. Just a warning, okay? Let you know.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Oh, no.
I'm
Is it
just
gonna
going
be
to go to
sad?
certain clips.
Okay, good.
If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play.
Wonder if I can.
Sir, if you could tell us,
Aw.
well, can you confirm that that's you and the children?
Let me test something really quick to make sure I can just, hang on. Hang on a second, guys. So let me see if I can just mute my, hang on a minute. No, that's not going to work right. Okay, here we go. We'll just have to deal with it. I'm so sorry. I was going to try to mute my mic to see if it made a difference, but I don't really know how to do that. And I do not want to have it start over. Oh, thank you, Cinderella. I appreciate it. Appreciate it so much.
Yes.
Let me turn this up for you guys.
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139.
It looks like they're having such a good time. I'm gonna shut that door so I can get rid of it. Thank you, Cinderella, because it's bothering me now. Oh.
And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm so confused with this case because remember they counted those pills and said she didn't take very many of them. So how is she in a psychosis? I'm so confused.
We could go to 647.
I love the water park.
Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here that core that.
Turn this up for you guys a little more. Yeah. There you go. Turn it up.
Is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
Oh.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
wonder if they're having difficulties. It's not moving forward.
We could go to 1406.
I wonder why they're showing this. We see him playing with the kids. I should talking right now since I got to get right up over here. Damn it.
Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down and slide together.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he went down. How cute. Oh, is that Lindsay or him? Okay.
We can go to 1745. Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Core and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Core entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Core and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Where's that one? Hurry up. Okay. Right, good. They are done with the front yard and headed the backyard, but should not hear the mowers anymore. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, they're coming back.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
Yeah.
What's it, 15? Oh, okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos.
I wonder why they're asking those questions. At some point, was she not able?
Sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages, photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
They may be admitted.
So, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
Oh, how cute.
And then did she respond again, sending you a selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
She looks happy. Looks can be deceiving.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
Here's Marcus and exhibit.
That may be admitted.
And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If you could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
Sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and
Wow.
Cora there?
It was just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Did have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. Throughout that day.
This is says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth. Up to the point page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have a photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
You know, we have to, even though we're doing this, we still have to stop and have some commentary every once in a while because, you know, we are using a feed that's not exactly assigned to us. So as we're watching this, what he's talking about, these are things that happened that exact day. So everything's fine all day long. She's interacting, she's doing all this. And then she says, hey, I don't really feel like cooking. She sends him out to get this food. And you're going to tell me something that's 5 miles away. In that period of time, 5 miles, how long does it take to drive 5 miles? In 15 minutes, 20 minutes? In 20 minutes, she takes all 3 children's lives and jumps out the window in 20 minutes. That seems extremely fast. Here we go.
How often do you think do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy. And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and She seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I slipped right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here?
Uh-oh. Lots of sidebars so far today. It's gonna be a slow trial. Not hearing a lot of objections though, so that's good. It's hard to believe somebody can be so normal all day long, just normal, and then send somebody out for takeout, and within that 20 minutes do all of that. Seems strange.
Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. Right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. And I'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay, well, there it is. Okay, so they're going to be out until Wednesday morning. Okay, I wonder if it's because this is becoming so hard on either defendant or the person on the stand. For some reason, why are they cutting it short like that? That's really weird. They didn't even take, well, yeah, they took a morning break, a lunch break, and then now this, it's over. I don't know what time it is where they're at in Plymouth, but over here it's 2:07 p.m. in the afternoon. So there you have it. This is day one of the Lindsay Clancy trial. For all that come in on your way in or out, please hit that like button, subscribe, and share. And please watch our lives in the entirety because we are trying to build our watch hours. We need to get that taken care of. Anyway, thank you so much for coming by. Myself and Sprinkle I think Sprinkle can be available tomorrow. I'm not sure. We're going to be on execution watch for Mr. Ocelli and Mr. Duckett over in Florida. One is at noon and one is at 6 p.m. These are an 80-year-old man. The one at 6 p.m. is an 80-year-old man that's been on death row for many, many years. And Mr. Duckett is 65 years old. So these are not spring chickens that are put on death row and then, within 10 or 12 years, they're actually getting executed. These are long-term death rows, and we just need to talk about it. So anyway, we will see you later. Have a wonderful afternoon. Go enjoy your afternoon. Take care of yourselves. Be careful out there. And like I always say, please go out and hug your babies. You know, life is short, and our time with our children is short. Please don't ever have to say, I wish I would have told them I love them more, etc. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good afternoon. And thanks again. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much. Bye-bye now.